Board members, do I have a motion to reconvene in open session?
I make a motion to reconvene in open session.
Is there a second?
Second.
The board is now in open session. Madam Clerk, would you please read the resolution certifying the closed session?
Now therefore be it resolved that the school board hereby certifies that the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
I make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll on the motion?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Hepron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the first student matter?
In case number 2024-25/7, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you call roll on the motion?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next student matter?
In case number 2024-25/8, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll on the motion?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next student matter?
In case number 2024-25/9, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
The motion, aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next student matter?
In case number 2024-25/10, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next student matter?
In case number 2024-25/11, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next student matter?
In case number 2024-25/12, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the remaining student matters?
In case numbers 2024-25/21RE, 22RE, 23RE, 24RE, 25RE, and 26RE, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the first personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/19-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/20-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/21-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/22-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/23-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/24-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/25-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/26-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/27-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/28-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/29-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Is there a motion regarding the next personnel matter?
In case number 2024-25/30-HR, it is recommended that the superintendent's recommendation be upheld.
Is there a second? Second?
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, would you call roll?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the November 12, 2024 School Board Business Meeting to order. Before we begin the meeting this evening, I would like to thank everyone for attending and remind the audience that comments to this board may be made only at the podium during public comment period. Comments from the audience are prohibited and are in violation of Section 18.2-415 of the Code of Virginia, Disorderly Conduct in Public Places, and School Board Policy 6141. I appreciate everyone's patience and understanding so that we can conduct the business meeting in an orderly fashion. We will now have an invocation by Ms. Chatters, followed by the flag salute led by Mrs. Hutchins.
Before tonight's invocation, I would like to recognize with a moment of silence the passing of Melissa Schuer, a special ed teacher at Providence Middle School, who joined CCPS on November 27, 2017, and the passing of Alan Joseph, a student at Swift Creek Middle School. Please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. As is customary for me, I have a special poem to read for our veterans, for myself and my colleague, and for those of us in the community who are celebrating Veterans Day yesterday. In fields of valor, where courage stands tall, brave hearts answer the noble call. With steadfast resolve and spirits bright, they guard our freedoms day and night. Their journeys carved in sacrifice and grace, leaving behind warmth in every place. Through trials endured and battles fought, they teach us the strength that can't be bought. To our veterans, with gratitude profound, your legacy in our hearts forever bound. For peace you forged with sacrifice rare, we honor your service beyond compare. Thank you to all our veterans in Chesterfield County. Thank you.
Please join us at this time in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening's consent agenda includes the agenda adoption, approval of the minutes for the October 8, 2024 work session, October 8, 2024 business meeting, memo number 143-24, recommended personnel actions, memo number 144-24, acceptance of donations, memo number 145-24, approval of program of studies, memo number 146-24, deed of gift, Topso STEM science kits, memo number 147-24, appointment of members to school board advisory committees, memo number 160-24, First Amendment to the interim superintendent's employment contract automobile allowance. Are there any additions or corrections to the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, there are no additions or corrections to the consent agenda. However, we do have an item that would like to be moved on the agenda this evening, which would be E3, Superintendent's Report, and Model County Government to be moved under awards and recognitions.
I'd like to make a motion to move the Model County Government to recognitions. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, do you want to call roll?
Yes. Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Is a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you call roll on that motion?
Dominique Chatters,
Aye.
Stephen Pronto,
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens,
Aye.
Ann Coker,
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Mr. Smith, would you please announce our new administrators?
If I could ask Ernie Longworth to come forward this time. He is, of course, in the back row. While Ernie makes his way forward, Ernie Longworth, with the board's motion and approval this evening, was approved as the chief of the Division of Technology, effective October 21, 2024. Ernie has his Master's of Education and Educational Leadership in Administration and Supervision from VCU, a physics endorsement from UVA, and a gifted education endorsement from VSU, and a Bachelor of Science from ODU. Ernie previously served as the Director of Instructional Innovation, Coordinator of Instructional Technology, Assistant Director of Technology Services, Assistant Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and Manager of Instructional Technology, all with Chesterfield County Public Schools.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Next, we have awards and recognitions.
With the board's approval this evening, as you move from the superintendent's report, I'd like to call up Lynn Bland for the Model County Government presentation.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Murray. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you about Model County government. I would like to begin my comments with sincere thanks to the Model County government teacher sponsors who volunteer their time to organize this event each year in their schools. Without their tireless efforts, this program would not take place. I would also like to take an opportunity to recognize Manchester High School teacher, Miss Margot Underwood, who has been a Model County government teacher sponsor for 23 years since the 2001 inception of the event. Chesterfield County Public Schools and the Chesterfield County Department of Community Engagement and Resources host the Model County Government Program. This program provides high school government students an opportunity to experience a firsthand look at local government through direct participation by shadowing local government leaders. We also hope students will be inspired to continue to live and work in their Chesterfield community by considering a career in our local government. This evening, Model County government students are attending our school board meeting as their first experience to better see that Chesterfield County Public Schools is one part of local government. Tomorrow, students will attend a breakfast at the Eanes Pittman Building here on the government complex to meet the official they will shadow throughout the morning. During the shadowing experience, students will engage in a hands-on experience regarding how local government supports the Chesterfield community. The shadowing experience will conclude at 11:30 when students and shadows return to the Eanes Pittman Building for a luncheon. Students will hear from the Chesterfield County Schools Interim Superintendent, Dr. John Murray, and Chesterfield County Administrator, Dr. Joe Casey. Model County government teacher sponsors will also attend the luncheon. Finally, students will attend the Board of Supervisors meeting to experience the organizational practices of the day-to-day operations of local government. Students will receive a certificate of participation that they will be able to include in their college and career applications. I would now like to introduce two high school seniors who will talk about what it means to them to be a part of the Model County Government program. First, we have Salone Corbin from Carver College and Career Academy, and next, Campbell Underwood from Manchester High School. And yes, Campbell is the daughter of Model County Government sponsor, Miss Margot Underwood. So now we will have Salome speak first, and then Campbell. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Salome Corbin, and I go to Carver College and Career Academy, and I'm in the 12th grade. After high school, I want to earn a degree in behavioral science. This will allow me to obtain employment in the field of social work while I pursue a law degree. When my teacher told me about Model County government, I knew right away that it would be a great opportunity to learn more about the field of social work while also getting the inner workings of local government. I am excited to learn new skills and to be exposed to how a social worker interacts with their clients' lives and needs. Personally, I've been through therapy through these county services, and I know what a positive influence it has on my life. I don't know yet what it's like on the other side, and I'm excited to learn more about social work and potentially have the same impact on my future clients. For high school students that have hands-on experience with local government is impactful, not only determining their future careers, but also witnessing the concepts we are learning in government class come to life. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of Model County government today.
Good evening. I'm Campbell Underwood, an AP Government student at Manchester High School. I'm excited about participating in this year's Model County program and seeing how things work in the place that I live. I believe I have a more unique experience because my mother, a government teacher at my school, has been a sponsor with the Model County program for over 20 years. I remember the many times she attended the school board and supervisors meeting with her students when I was younger. Also, I have 3 sisters who participated in this event and shadowed county employees, one with a 911 operator, one with Dr. Newsom, the superintendent at the time, and another one with the clerk of the school board. As a busy high school student involved in many extracurriculars, I know how connected we are to our county, such as the services offered at our county schools, the law enforcement figures that work at our schools and school events, the roads and transportation services, and the many county jobs that employ our citizens. Just recently, I got to meet Mr. Paranto when he and the superintendent came to recognize our school's accomplishment by winning the National Guard Cup. My hope is to work with animals and become a zoologist or vet. I have visited the Richmond Metro Zoo many times since I attended Grangehaw Elementary School and know that the zoo has to follow various safety policies and work closely with the county to provide a safe setting for the many students who visit. I recognize how the game warden and the dog catcher are very important employees, since I live off River Road and I've seen them everywhere since all the hunting dogs. In conclusion, I am very excited to have this opportunity that all of my sisters have had, and I look forward to shadowing Captain Carpenter with the police department tomorrow. One never knows where they might end up, and it could be working for their county. Thank you for keeping this program going.
Okay, so here's the fun part. We're going to ask all the Model County government students to come up to the dais. They've assured me they're going to do this in 2 minutes. What we're going to do, though, is we want to get a really cool group picture with the school board. So, yeah. You make another. Guys, make another row. Make another row.
You've got to come in a little bit more. School board members on your tiptoes.
Are you guys ready?
Someone blinked, you go.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, just a couple of housekeeping items. I know we have a number of people are out in the hallway. I know they can listen to the voices out in the hallway. I'm going to tell them kind of what's up next for recognitions. Next up, we have our recognition of school success. I'm going to ask for James River High School, Thomasdale High, and Cosby High to come forward this time. After that, we'll do the REB awards, and then we'll follow that with our partner awards. So right now, James River High School, Thomasdale, and Cosby High School. Three schools in Chesterfield County Public Schools were among those recently honored by the Virginia Board of Education for high achievement and continued improvement. The recognition program has two levels, the Highest Achievement Exemplar Award and Continuous Improvement Exemplar Award. James River High and Thomasdale High earned Continuous Improvement Exemplar Awards by being accredited and by demonstrating an increase in the combined rate for two or more student groups in reading and math for each of the past 3 years, with a total increase across the 3 years of 10 points or more. Cosby High School earned the Highest Achievement Exemplar Award by being accredited and by meeting certain state standards overall, student groups meeting certain state benchmarks, and demonstrating a chronic absenteeism rate of 15% or lower. Please join me in congratulating Cosby High School, James River High School, and Thomasdale High School.
The opportunity to continue educating our kids is boundless. There's no limits. And you're representing your schools. And I know what you're about to say, and I'll say it for you. It's not you, it's your staff, it's the teachers, it's the administration, it's all the support that goes into that. At 100% correct. But you guys are on the front line as principals leading that effort. And so on behalf of the school board, thank you so very much for what you're doing for our kids in your high schools. And I just want to pass off the mic real quick to each of you because I want to know what is your passion being a principal? Why is this a calling you have as you continue to move forward in your career?
I'm Leah. I'm the assistant principal at James River. It's really the students and the staff who inspire me, and working with them every day is incredible. The cliche answer.
Ben Snyder, principal at Cosby High School, and I think my passion
for being a principal and staying in the work, even through all the tough times, is probably when I first got into education, really enjoyed the impact of working with students, the impact it had on them, and wanted to have it in a larger setting. So moving up to an assistant principal and then to a principal, just to be able to have that impact on a much larger audience of students and the entire community has been wonderful.
Good evening. I'm Anthony McLaurin, Power Principal of Thomasdale High School. Sometimes I really can't believe that I actually get paid to work with children and just have fun and make sure that they're invested in themselves so that they can eventually invest in the community. So just really just God's work, and congratulations to my colleagues for all they do. And please continue to support our teachers and students. Thank you.
If I could ask our REB award winners to come forward this time. Adventures in Learning await 4 Chesterfield County teachers who won 2024 REB awards for teaching excellence and will receive a total of almost $54,000 in professional development grants from the Community Foundation for a Greater Richmond and the REB Foundation. Sarah Arrett of Monacan High School won $11,200 to follow in the footsteps of her grandfather on the path that he took through Normandy, Belgium, and Holland in the quest to liberate Europe during World War II. Karen Smith of Monacan High School won $14,300 to study components of the arts in European cities, exploring the differences, similarities, and roots of various cultures to share with students of all languages and backgrounds. Colleen Irby of the Chesterfield Career and Technical Center at Hull Street won $15,000 to work directly with scientists to gain hands-on, field-based research experience, learn cutting-edge science teaching methods, and study fragile ecosystems affected by climate change and wildlife conservation techniques. And Rebecca Lynch of Manchester High School won $13,100 to travel in the footsteps of British authors and their characters by exploring real and fictional settings in Scotland and England, and to attend writing workshops to advance writing in these environments. Please join me in congratulating these educators.
Congratulations again. I'm so lucky that I got to be at a few of these awards, but I'm sorry that I missed Manchester. But congratulations. Your projects are innovative, they're exciting, and they are going to bring so much more richness to your classrooms. And we are grateful for your willingness to put yourself out there and apply for these grants, and just really grateful for what you're going to bring back. If you want to tell us a little bit, I'm going to just give you you got a moment to give us a plug. What are your, tell us a little bit more about your trips and, your hopes and dreams.
All right, well, I'll share a little bit. So this summer, I'm planning to complete a teacher fellowship with Ecology Project International, where I will actually get to travel to Costa Rica, and I'm going to be joining a team of researchers studying sea turtles. Next summer, I will be continuing another teacher fellowship with Ecology Project International, but this time I'll be joining a team of researchers studying coral reefs in Belize. And then the same summer, because I got to squeeze it all in, I'm joining a team of wildlife conservationists in Yellowstone. So super excited for this opportunity, this incredible opportunity. Thank you so much.
I'm going to start with an art history class this summer to keep working on European, Spanish art. That's my love, my passion. And I'm going to go ahead the summer after, like you were saying, cram it all in, actually do the traveling once I actually have more of an understanding of the history, to implement a course at our school that's an elective for all students, not just by level of their language, but rather an elective for all students to join the class. So I'm really excited about that. We'll be going to Europe. Right, Monica will be in Europe.
Yeah, we'll be in Europe.
And we'll be going over the different countries in Europe so the kids can have like a virtual but a dream field trip all together when we get back. That's amazing. Yeah.
Hi.
And I'm Sarah Eric from Monacan. My grandfather was 3rd platoon leader of Easy Company. If any of you were familiar with Band of Brothers, he was in that. And he would always take my dad and my brother off to Europe to travel and find the spots that through Europe where he experienced the war. And life got in the way for me, and I never was able to go with him, and I get to go this summer. So I will be heading to Normandy, Bastogne, probably Eindhoven, and just honoring the veterans who came before us. Like he said, the real heroes are the ones that never came home. So I will be doing this in their honor. Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Lynch, and I teach English and creative writing at Manchester High School, and I am thrilled to be able to travel in Scotland and England this summer to travel in the footsteps of not only some of my favorite authors, but their characters, to go to the places that these books are set, to visit the museums, to go to workshops, and definitely at least 2 writing workshops at a college, and also a writing retreat, hopefully in Shropshire in a 1700s house. So I'm really thrilled to be able to do that and be able to bring this information and skills back to my own students.
Congratulations again. Congratulations again, and I guess I should have asked if you guys were looking for a travel partner. Should have led with that one. These are amazing. Thank you again. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks, Congrats. Congratulations. Yeah. Here. Oh, are you? Or is
While Dr. Fry comes forward, our next 2 recognitions are for outstanding drivers and then for outstanding food service employees. First one up is Dr. Fry and bus drivers.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Roberts. It's my pleasure this evening to present to you our top 1% of drivers and recognize them this month as our Drivers of the Month. There are many drivers who could be recognized this month, but each transportation area manager had to make a tough decision of selecting a single bus driver who exemplified excellence and dedication to represent their area. We'd like to recognize and honor the following bus drivers. Nigel Smith, Area 1, Bus 654, 1 year of service. Jigme Dorji, Area 2, Bus 903, 5 years of service. Kim Branch, Area 3, Bus 80, 7 months of service. John Ward, Area 4, Bus 625, 2 years of service. Andrew McKegg, Area 5, Bus 817, 7 years of service.
This is incredible. You guys are, congratulations, first of all. We are so thankful for you. You are the best of the best. Every month we get people to come up, and you all are the first face that our kids see in the morning, and you are the last face that our kids see in the afternoon. We appreciate the tone that you set for them, and we appreciate the kindness and the compassion that you give them every single day. We also appreciate you getting them to and from without incident, I want to say. So if you have a funny story, something super fast or super poignant that you would like to share, please feel free. Or not. It's fine to pass or say.
Well, I'm the only non-English speaker, so I have to be the one who speaks. My name is Jigme Dorji, and I come from a tiny little country up in the Himalayas called Bhutan. I came to this country 6 years ago, and I always love to drive, and I love to drive big vehicles, and then I decided to drive school bus. And I grew up in a culture where I was taught to help people, be nice to people. We always were taught to think about others than thinking about yourself. So when I started thinking of driving school bus, I thought, my 3 children go to school here in the US for free, and I need to give something back. So that is one of the reasons why I decided to take up bus driving. And the other reason is, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and my Buddhist master taught me that if I take a group of people from one point to the next point without any problem, that is also considered spiritual practice. So that is what every single day, so that's what I do. Thank you.
Well, my name is Nigel Smith, as y'all know. Most of the students call me Mr. Smith. I definitely could second a lot of what you said. My job is to get them to and from school safely. It's a blessing to be able to do that. Super appreciative. I seen 2 students, Avery and Salome. Congratulations to y'all too. And yeah, appreciate y'all so much, for real. Thank y'all again for this opportunity.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Roberts, Dr. Murray. Thank you as always for the opportunity to recognize some of our outstanding food nutrition services team members. With the number of meals that are served each year in Chesterfield County, I'm always blown away by our team's attention to detail. I was recently reminded of this while attending one of our new hire orientations. One of the significant changes we've seen in food nutrition services over the years is the growing number of individuals joining our team without prior food service experience. In the past, our training regimen fell somewhere between on-the-job training and a proverbial sink or swim approach, which was obviously lacking for many reasons. Because of this, we developed a comprehensive new employee orientation program. This program contains both classroom instruction and hands-on training in the kitchen to ensure our staff is well prepared and supported. During a recent session, I overheard a cafeteria manager gather the training group around to demonstrate the proper technique for safely removing a hot pan from the oven. In that moment, I turned to one of my supervisors and said, I could have taught this class 100 times, and I never would have showed somebody how to take a pan out of an oven. It was a humbling reminder of just how much we have to learn from those who are truly experts in their field. This experience underscores the importance of the incredible educators we have here in Chesterfield, whether in the classroom, in the field, or on the job. We are truly fortunate to have such dedicated professionals shaping the future of our division. We have 5 honorees this month. 4 were able to join us this evening. First, we have Ma Luisa Roman Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez is a food service associate at James River High School and has been with the county for 1 year. She says, I love the interaction with our students. Sometimes they come in with a sad face, upset about something, but I smile and say hello. They smile back and say thank you to me. That makes me feel like I've helped make things better. Next, I have Shantae Reyes. Ms. Reyes is a food service associate at Marguerite Christian Elementary School, and she's been with the county for 6 years. She says, the best part of my job is making a difference in the students' lives. Being able to put a smile on their faces by helping to provide breakfast and lunch for them daily really makes me happy. Next, we have Dion Owens. Mr. Owens is a food service associate at Falling Creek Elementary School and has been with the county for 2 months. He says, I make a living by what I receive, but I can make a great life by what I give back to others. Smiling every day at the students and having them smile back at me is what makes this job great. Next, we have Holly Spivey. Ms. Spivey is our cafeteria manager at Spring Run Elementary School, and she's been with the county for 5 years. She says, it's humbling for me to provide students the opportunity to have a nutritious meal when they may have no other means of eating. And finally, we have Rachel Ramsey. Ms. Ramsey is our cafeteria manager at Obie Gates Elementary School, and she's been with the county for 23 years. She says, what I love about my job is my coworkers. They lift you up when you're down, and without them, I could not do my job.
So it's amazing what you do, because as a mom of 4, trying to get them to eat at home, it's a process. And I'm not often successful. And the answer they give me is, I'm gonna eat at school, Mom, it's gonna be fine. And I'm grateful that over the course of a year, we've served 9 million meals to families who need it. We are filling the gap sometimes in homes that can't give their children meals, and I truly appreciate what you do. You're doing it with love, you're doing it with a smile on your face, because my kids come home and tell stories about what goes on in the cafeteria, and I'm sure they come to you and tell you stories too. So please, if you feel like sharing a story that you got from one of your kiddos in a lunch line, if you don't, protect them. Don't say their names. Don't say their names, because I'm sure my kids have told you stories. But just go ahead.
As Berkeley said, some kids' only meals are at school. So to know I'm putting a smile on their faces makes me feel good.
It's for me a satisfaction to see every student when they smile, and that inspires me to do my job better.
Thank you so much. Either way. Fastest way out.
Before we get into our last recognition, I did want to give kind of a brief update on our Thank You Chesterfield Week we had. Sparked by the superintendent, Dr. John Murray's idea to appreciate employees now instead of waiting until the end of the school year, Chesterfield County Public Schools created a week-long celebration to honor and appreciate all staff members. The first ever Thank You Team Chesterfield Week took place October 28th through November the 1st. The goal of the week was to encourage and uplift all teachers and all employees of Chesterfield County Public Schools. Unlike days or weeks that focus on one group or another, this week appreciation covered everyone working in our school division. We're very excited about the effort put forward by not just our school board, but our staff and our community to recognize our employees. We look forward to making this an annual celebration. With that in mind, I want to now to recognize and call forward our representatives from Blast Youth Sports and the Treat Shop. Tonight, we celebrate 2 strong champions making a difference in Chesterfield County Public Schools, the Treat Shop and Blast Youth Sports. The Treat Shop's most recent connection with our school division was a highlight of the Thank You Team Chesterfield Week. When we asked if they could be part of the first ever Staff Appreciation Week, the bakery and restaurant immediately said yes and gave a free donut to every staff member who stopped by. Blast Youth Sports, an after-school program, connects with schools in several ways, including volunteering at field days and other school events, hosting parent night out events to provide a fun time for kids and a break for parents, and supporting teacher appreciation initiatives and donating supplies and funds to schools. Please join me in thanking and congratulating these partners.
Congratulations and thank you. Thank you for supporting our school system. Thank you for supporting our teachers. It is partnerships with our community is how we are able to get things done and just show that level of thanks to all of the hard work that is happening in our school system. So thank you so much for your partnership. And I will give the mic if you'd like just to share why you want to help the community and help our school system.
Our sole goal at Blast Youth Sports is just to help kids create the best version of themselves, because not everyone is ever going to be perfect. So we just try to help them create the best version of themselves to succeed in the future.
Our main thing with the kids when they come off the bus to see us is we see each and every one of them light up, because they know when they're with us, all of us are there to empower them, help them become the best version of themselves, and we just want them to have fun being a kid before one day you wake up and that's all gone.
Hi, I'm completely honored to receive this tonight. We're a family-owned business. This is my daughter-in-law, Kaylee, Coach Kaylee, my son, Coach Doug, and I'm Coach Connie. Our goal is to change kids' lives for the best. So a lot of times, you know, they get off the bus, maybe they didn't have a great day. Our goal is to mentor them and to change it in the most positive way possible. So our goal is to change as many kids' lives as possible. We know by helping the teachers, we make the teachers happy, you know, and they make the kids happy. So our goal is to do as much as possible to help the school, the community, and the kids. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, we have public comment. For this meeting, citizens were given the option of submitting their comments online or in person. Comments submitted via the online form were sent to the board prior to the start of tonight's meeting and will be included in full as an addendum to the meeting minutes. Madam Clerk, would you please announce this evening's in-person speakers?
Madam Chair, we have 48 speakers this evening. They are Wendy Little, Shannon Carr, Marcia McGee-White, Carmen Mitchell, Heather Hughes, Jahaden Madolid, Virginia Lag, Phoebe Buttrell, David Gorman, Grace Williams, Jason Spoon, Shirley Pace, Todd Starkweather, Gloria Randolph, Fabian Duke, Bakira Shabazz, Jana Fuentes, Kathleen O'Rourke, Grace Olson, Penelope Olson, Amanda Dowdy, Shannon McKay, Tim Fole, Andrea Torres, Ashley Alblinot, Jamie Shaw, Adam Gerolf, Kay Kidd, Elizabeth Monast, Joe Elias, Katie Schaefer, Grayson Authors, Andrew Town, Kenneth Lax, Vivian Gibbs, Nora Hazelgrove, Candy Cushman, Christine Melendez, Jessica Bonner, Phoebe Winter, Sarah Smith, Kelly Marlin, Addison Murphy, Peggy Taylor, Peter Pisarek, Michael Carabinos, Justine Smith, Margie Lindsay. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to address the board. There's a timer set up on top of the podium that will turn green when you begin speaking, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your time has expired. As a reminder, no personal belongings other than a cell phone and your speaker notes are allowed at the podium. Please have your materials organized in a manner that as you arrive at the podium, you are prepared to start speaking. Please note that comments equivalent to campaigning for any public office are a violation of School Board Policy 1110 and are prohibited. So I'll rename the first 5 again. Wendy Little, Shannon Carr, Marcia McGee-White, Carmen Mitchell, and Heather Hughes. May we have Wendy Little? Shannon Carr. Marcia McGee White. Carmen Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Mitchell. I am a mother of 3 children, and we live in Matoka. My children go to Matoka Elementary School, and we recently heard that it's being considered for our school to be moved to a Tier 3 schedule. I'm here on the behalf of my community and my children to request that you guys please reconsider that. Matoka is predominantly a very working class community. This will severely disrupt our ability to get our children on the bus or to school safely. It will require added expenses of childcare in the morning time, which adds a burden that people just cannot carry in Matoka. But also, it's very likely that children will be home alone, having to get themselves on the bus. So on the behalf of my community, the students, the teachers, we just ask that you would please reconsider the impact that it would have on a very working class community. Thank you guys for your time.
Heather Hughes. After Ms. Hughes, we'll have Jahaden Madolid, Virginia Lag, Phoebe Buttrell, and David Gorman. May we have Heather Hughes? Jahaden Madolid.
Do I just start now?
Yes.
All right. So I came on here with no speech, so I'm kind of like a little bit nervous about this, but I'm more nervous about my community because I heard that you guys are like taking away the rights of transgender students here in Chesterfield. And as a student at James River High School, I have seen there are so many trans students here at this school. This will impact my school. I want to talk for my community, and I want to defend them at all costs. Like, this is unacceptable. I can't believe we are talking about this right now. I can't believe this is up to date. We just had a lockdown here at James River High School, a moderate one because people were fighting. I can't believe that as a community we are debating about transgender students rather than the safety of our own community. This is unacceptable. I was really angered after today when I came out of school that we had to like lock down. Like, I
May I have Virginia Lag? Virginia Lag.
Hello. I was waiting out in the hallway. I was super excited to be waiting out in the hallway because I'm so glad that this meeting is so full with so many people coming out tonight on a school night after dinner, between the dinner and bedtime rush, to talk about how important it is to support trans students. I myself am a mother of 3. I have a second grader, a first grader, and a little baby. And when we talk about these issues, when I talk to my kids, what I always want to impart to them is that you need to be kind. You need to be kind to your neighbor. You need to be kind to the other students that you see every day. And we need to respect other people. And we've talked about things like pronouns. We have a parent friend who is transgender, and it's very simple to have this conversation with them, and they're very aware and able, even as a first grader and a second grader, to respect people's pronouns and to know that some people may feel differently about their gender than you do, and that is okay. I looked over the proposed changes to Policy 1015, and I'm greatly disappointed. Taking out crucial definitions, adding to the teacher's workload of having to essentially narc on their students to their parents. If they want to go by a different nickname at school, that's a waste of their time. They have so much to do already. It's also just dumb. They have enough to do already. I was super disappointed at the end when it takes out the requirement for teachers annually to do training on how to best support LGBTQ students. That is incredibly disappointing. I know teachers do go through a lot of training. They've got those teacher in-services every year. I know that's hard. But this is so, so important to so many students. It is life-changing and life-affirming to be able to show up and be yourself at school. To be able to be yourself with your friends, with your teacher, in the classroom, and in the lunchroom. And I gathered with a bunch of my kids' friends, and their parents today, and we hand-painted signs for me to bring to this meeting about being kind to transgender students and making sure that they feel loved and supported and respected every day, especially the days that they come to school. And I just wanted to share one student did this really awesome bird. I love her. She is so creative. But I want them to know that their art matters. Their passion matters. And even though the kids can't be here tonight because it is late, I want them to know that they can make a change through their art, through their passion, by being a good person at school and at home, and supporting their friends. I even have one, my son did this. It says, "Don't be mean." He can't spell very well, he's just in first grade. But it's so common sense. Please don't mess with the policy.
Thank you, Ms. Lett.
Thank you.
May we have Phoebe Bottrell?
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today on a matter that is not only crucial for the well-being of transgender students, but for the future of a more inclusive and compassionate society. Today, I want to talk about the importance of affirming and supporting transgender kids in our public schools, a topic that has profound implications for their mental health, self-esteem, and ultimately their future success. Transgender youth are, by their nature, incredibly brave kids. They are navigating the challenges of adolescence, all while grappling with the complexities of their gender identity in a world that may not always understand or accept them. For these kids, schools should be a place of support, safety, and opportunity, not a place of isolation or discrimination. If we make the proposed policy changes, we will be creating a hostile environment for our transgender students. One of the most fundamental ways we can support transgender youth is by allowing them to use the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity. Bathrooms are a basic necessity in a school environment, but for transgender students, they can become a source of anxiety, fear, and humiliation if they are not allowed to use the restroom of their identified gender. Imagine the humiliation that a little girl would go through, a transgender girl would go through if she was all of a sudden forced to go back to the boys' bathroom. It would be dangerous, humiliating, and absolutely strip her of her dignity. We cannot allow this. This is not a matter of convenience. It is a matter of dignity. Schools have a responsibility to ensure that all students feel comfortable and safe in their school environment. Allowing transgender kids to use the bathroom of their choice is a simple but crucial step towards making that happen. Equally important is the use of preferred names and pronouns. A person's name is a core part of their identity. For transgender students, being addressed by the name and pronouns that align with their gender identity is not just a courtesy. It is an essential recognition of who they are. It affirms their existence, their dignity, their humanity. Misgendering a transgender student or ignoring their preferred name is not a harmless mistake. It can be deeply hurtful and damaging to their emotional well-being. Schools should be places where all students feel respected, and using the correct names and pronouns is one of the most straightforward ways to ensure this. Finally, we must address the sensitive issue of outing. The act of revealing a transgender student's gender identity to their parents or others without the student's consent. This is an incredibly personal matter, and for many transgender kids, coming out to their parents is a deeply significant step, one that they may not be ready to take. It is vital that schools respect the privacy and autonomy of transgender students in this regard. Outing a student before they are ready can place them in an unsafe or untenable situation at home and can cause emotional distress. By requiring the notification of parents in writing about requests to go by a different name and/or pronouns, you are taking away their safe space. Schools must create an environment where our transgender students feel empowered to come out on their own terms in their own time. The world that our children grow up in will be shaped by the attitudes and policies we implement today. By supporting transgender kids in our schools, we are helping to create a society where everyone, regardless of their gender identity, can thrive. It is not just
Thank
the
you,
right
Ms.
thing to
Bottrell.
do, it is the compassionate thing
Thank
to do.
you, Ms. Bottrell. David Gorman.
Good evening. My name is David Gorman, and I've worked in Chesterfield as a school counselor for 7 years. I'm speaking in regards to draft policy 1015. I'm also the proud faculty advisor to my school's Gay Straight Alliance Club. So I'm advocating tonight to keep the current policy in place. So first, the current policy is working really well, which is great news. The transgender students at my school are thriving due to the robust support provided by the current policy, which contributes to a safer and more accepting environment. When students can be themselves, they're more likely to enjoy school, attend every day, and graduate on time, things that we all want. I've seen transgender students, because they're respected and supported, freed up to focus on their academics and success. That's the most important piece of evidence I can give, but here's one more from my perspective as a counselor. The proposed policy would also make school counselors like me less effective at our jobs. The proposed policy seems like it's narrowly written, but it would actually disrupt counseling services to all students, regardless if they were transgender or not. Hundreds of students use nicknames at my school. For example, Thomas goes by TJ, or Susan goes by Sally. The proposed policy would mandate that we notify parents if students ask to be called something other than the name in their official record. Instead of spending hours writing emails to parents about how their son David wants to go by Dave, I believe counselors should instead be focusing on helping students graduate on time and connecting suicidal students to mental health resources. The proposed policy also states that parents must be informed and given an opportunity to object before counseling services pertaining to gender or gender identity are given. So, for example, a male student is crying in my office because his teammates on the soccer team are making fun of him because he's not man enough. That's a counseling service pertaining to gender. I can't console him without first informing the parent and giving them a chance to object. Or a female student wants to report sexual harassment from a male peer. That's a counseling service related to gender. I can't hear the report or stop the sexual harassment without first stopping that conversation in its tracks to reach the parent to notify them. That is not best practice for counselors. We have a code of ethics, and that is not in that code of ethics. The proposed policy would place unnecessary barriers in between students and the help that they need. It would disrupt the counseling services of all students, regardless of their gender identity. So again, the current policy is working well. It provides robust support for transgender students, which increases their likelihood of success. Please keep the current policy in place. Thank you.
I'm going to call the next 5 speakers: Grace Wells, Jason Spoon, Shirley Pace, Todd Starkweather, Gloria Randolph, and Fabian Duke. May we have Grace Wells?
My name is Grace Taylor Wells. I am a senior at Cosby High School, and I'm a 17-year-old lesbian. I'm here today to talk to you about Draft Policy 1015, also known as the Gender Identity Policy. The reason I'm speaking to you here today is because I'm likely one of the only people in this room who have seen this policy in action. A year and a half ago, I moved to Chesterfield County from Katy ISD School District in Texas, where this exact policy in September of 2023 was put into place. And so today, I'm here to share the experiences of the LGBTQ students in Katy ISD and show you the risks that the students in Chesterfield County face. Because of this policy, my high school's Gay Straight Alliance Club, also known as GSA, was temporarily shut down because the leading teacher of GSA would have to report the members with different names and different pronouns to their parents. I knew most of the people that went to this club, and I know for a fact that for many of them, it was one of the only few places that they felt comfortable and safe to express themselves. I also want to emphasize the danger that this policy could inflict on our students if their parents find out. Outing can be a very serious issue. I have one close friend of mine, a transgender man, who faced the risk of having to drop out of his senior year of high school so he could get a job and afford a place to live because his guardians didn't want him because he was transgender. He would have had to give away his entire future of education. Another friend of mine who was a transgender female was kicked out of her home by her mother because she wanted to wear dresses. Rather than paying attention in classes and doing her homework, her friends, including me, were scrambling, trying to find her a place to stay after the school day ended, just because she wanted to wear dresses in a way that would make her feel comfortable and happy. And I know a lot of you are thinking, I would never do anything like that to my child just because they are transgender or gay or anything else they want to be. But I guarantee you with 100% belief, there are parents that will. I have seen it happen time and time again. The stories I told are real experiences from real people. And I also want to make one more thing clear, that this is not the first anti-LGBTQ policy that these parents will try to pass. In Katy, they first came after our books. They created a long list of books that included any talk of gender and sexuality, and even racial issues and injustices. They took that list and they banned those books from our schools. And to this day, they are still banned. Next, they tried to enact the Don't Say Gay bill, a bill that prevented anyone from even discussing gay people or LGBTQ as a whole. They then restricted school lessons about LGBTQ people. The first time I had ever learned anything about LGBTQ history is here in Chesterfield County. They have unwritten our history in Texas. They will try again and again and again until they get their way. This is only the beginning. Students deserve to come out to their parents in the time and the way that they feel is appropriate. The whole reason that me and my family moved to Chesterfield County was to escape the anti-LGBTQ laws that have been overtaking Texas. My parents saw it as a place where I could feel free to express myself. Please do not take away that trust and sense of safety and security that we had when we decided to move here. The Chesterfield County Public School District's self-declared vision is to create a better tomorrow. I trust you as a school district to make the right decision and to create a better future for all of your students. Thank you.
Jason Spoon.
All right, good evening, school board members, superintendent, and thank you for having us. My name is Jason Spoon. I'm the director of Speak Up Chesterfield with these fine folks back here. I'm a Chesterfield resident in the Clover Hill district. I'm an educator, and more importantly, I'm a parent of 3 school-age children. First, I'd like to thank the board for supporting the revision of Policy 1015 to be more in line with Governor Youngkin's model policy on ensuring privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia's public school system. That's a long title, but I think it's pretty telling about what it is we're trying to achieve here. And I think that there's room to respect all the parties involved. As I was thinking about what I was going to say tonight, it again occurred to me that the main arm of our support for the model policies is keeping parents informed of what their children's social activities, especially concerning any participation in gender exploration. The implication there is that the current policy allows for adults to help and encourage children to keep secrets from and lie by omission to their parents. Now, at best, that's suspect, but in most circumstances, it's just creepy for an adult to encourage a child to keep secrets from their parent. As a parent, I can only imagine how I would react in the situation where an adult was helping my child lie to me about anything. We urge you all to vote unanimously to approve the current draft of the revised Policy 1015, not simply because it's what one parent wants or because it's what a bunch of parents want, but because it's simply the right thing to do. From a logical approach, from a legal approach, from a common sense approach, of course, you want to inform and seek the guidance of the parents when big events happen in a child's life. Revising Policy 1015 as it is currently drafted is the best path forward to protect every kid in every circumstance. As you consider the revisions, please ensure the following components are protected. Ensure that no policy or guidance from the school can encourage or instruct teachers to hide relevant information from parents about their kids, especially regarding gender experimentation at school. Make it clear that parents must be notified and given opportunity to object before counseling regarding gender is given to their children. Take steps toward protecting the First Amendment freedoms of employees and students who don't want to be compelled to speak words that violate their faith and conscience. We want to protect students' privacy in locker rooms, bathrooms, and other private spaces. It's critical that we get this done now. It's past time. We're asking you to stop the delay and vote now to align your district policies with the revised transgender issued policies released by Governor Youngkin's Education Department. Again, it's past time for this. Hey, thank you.
Shirley Pace.
Hello, my name is Shirley Pace. I am an educator and a parent who lives in Chesterfield. I am also in Clover Hill District, and I am here to say trans kids are important. As an educator and parent, I am committed to creating and supporting policies that advocate for the most vulnerable in our community. The current 1015 policy on the treatment of transgender students is an excellent document that enables all students to access the learning environment without fear. By contrast, the proposed revision of the policy should not be passed. This document seeks to undermine the individual rights of students to privacy and safety. It misuses and overstates the 14th Amendment to give parents more importance than their children. You, the children, in our county are entitled to their rights, no matter the political or religious leaning of their parent. The proposed revision reads that if a counselor meets with a minor student, regardless of the reason, the counselor will need to contact the minor student's parents to inform them of the reason for the counseling session. This shall not occur only when the minor student will be placed in a harmful situation, which is the local, state, and federal law. School counselors are not trained to provide therapy. That isn't true. They will work in collaborations with families to find therapists at the family's expense. This places students at great risk, as published by Peter McCauley this year in the Journal of Research on Adolescence. They found when there's a lack of agency and identity disclosure to parents, that sexual and gender diverse youth had higher levels of depressive symptoms and lower amounts of family support than those who were given the agency to disclose on their own timeline. Their findings highlighted the importance of instilling greater agency and disclosure experiences among sexual and gender diverse youth. What this means to us as parents, educators, counselors, and policymakers is that Chesterfield students who are outed to their parents by counselors, as proposed in the revision edition of 1015, will likely have more depression and be more likely to seek harmful ways of coping with potentially negative responses from those parents. I would like to conclude by reading from the Virginia Department of Education webpage and the Code of Virginia 2 pertinent statements about school counselors. From the VDOE, as vital members of the school leadership team, school counselors directly contribute to the creation of a safe, supportive, and inclusive school climate. And from Section 298.1 of the Code of Virginia, it is a requirement that every person seeking initial licensure of renewal of a license with an endorsement as a school counselor shall complete training in the recognition of mental health disorders, behavioral distress, including depression, trauma, violence, suicide, and substance abuse. They are the people who are there for these students on the first day of school, at school. Thank you for your time. I hope that you will vote in the best interest of the LGBTQ youth in your care.
Todd Starkweather.
All right. Good evening. My name is Todd Starkweather. I'm a teacher of English and IB at Midlothian High School, and I'm the proud vice president of Chesterfield Education Association. I'm speaking tonight about planning time and planning periods afforded to our Chesterfield County public school teachers. I consider myself one of the lucky ones in this regard in terms of the planning time that I personally get at Midlow High every day. Others with whom I converse and confer, particularly elementary school teachers, do not often seem as lucky as I am. According to Virginia Admin Code Title 8, Agency 20, Chapter 132, Section 10, Definitions, planning period means a segment of time in middle and secondary schools during the instructional day that is unencumbered of any teaching or supervisory duties, is not less than 45 minutes or the equivalent of a class period, whichever is greater, and that includes passing time for class changes. Additionally, planning time means a segment of time for elementary teachers that provides at least an average of 30 minutes per day for planning during the student's school week as stated in 22.1-291.1 of the Code of Virginia. The Chesterfield Education Association shared a survey with its members and all employees of Chesterfield County Public Schools after receiving multiple complaints about lack of planning time. Of those that were surveyed, when asked if they had experienced a greater loss in planning time or planning periods than in previous years, 13% said no, 82% said yes, they had experienced greater loss. 5% said it was their first year. Some of the reasons that were given for loss of planning time are professional learning community, team meetings, grade level or subject-specific team meetings, meetings with math and reading specialists, coverage for coworkers who are out on leave, duties including but not limited to lunch, bathroom monitor, supporting students with disabilities, including IEP, 504 meetings, paperwork outside the scope of curriculum and planning, proctoring or administering school-wide tests, extra professional development modules that need to be completed, translation efforts in buildings with no available translators or bilingual liaisons, mentoring new staff, parent meetings and phone calls, and remediation efforts. Those that were surveyed were also asked how they would utilize their planning time if they were guaranteed at least 30 to 45 minutes of planning time per day during the school week. One secondary teacher stated, quote, "I get more than 30 minutes per day. However, it is still not enough time to plan for lessons and assessments, review data from assessments, contact parents, prepare materials, fundraise, and collect fees. When we had asynchronous Wednesdays, I was able to plan effectively and catch up students who were falling behind. 30 minutes is laughable. If you want to ensure Chesterfield begins preparing students for the future, it begins with teachers having time to do all the administrative planning side of our job and being paid for it. It needs to be part of our regular schedule. It would attract and retain teachers and show we are interested in more than students passing a test, but interested in teachers having time to be prepared to teach," end quote. Others noted that they would, quote, "be able to effectively meet with teammates, complete modules and training, plan lessons, communicate more with parents, grade papers instead of having to do all of the above during nights and weekends and holidays, which is what I currently have to do." End
Thank
quote.
you, Mr. Starkweather.
Thank you very much.
Gloria Randolph.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Randolph, and I'm in the Dale District. I'm standing here as a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother of a 16-year-old. I'm asking each of you as school board members on the behalf of parents, moms and dads, that the parents be informed and engaged in all matters concerning their children. I'm standing here asking you to adopt the revised Governor Youngkin's parental rights policies. And I believe these policies will address the concerns of the parents. Parents have been given a command to train their children up in the way they should go. As parents, we are to teach them what is true, what is just, what is righteous, and what is of a good report. This will cause our children to thrive. Let the children see us, the parents, administrators, the school board, working together. I truly believe this is very important for the children to see us working together. I believe this will cause the children to know they are in a safe space and that they are loved, they are cared for, and they are protected. And that we are here to help them excel academically so that each one of them will be empowered for success in whatever field they decide to enter into life. Whether choosing a vocational school, starting a business, or going to college, I'm asking you tonight, now, to adopt the revised standards of the Governor Youngkin parental rights policies. And I want to thank you for what you have done, what y'all are doing, and what I'm seeing tonight, that we are learning how to come together and to work together for the betterment of all our children. Thank you so much.
Fabian Duke. Fabian Duke.
Thank you for the board for this opportunity. The superintendent, I'm also thankful for the report that you guys gave earlier about the redistricting and in regards to the CBG kids that are going to be moved or transferred around as well. And I'm a man of science. I'm a man of numbers. And one number that I didn't hear today and that two of the board members picked up on was, do we have enough teachers to create 1 or 2 new CBG programs? You'll hear of other parents worry about their kids having to move 1 or 2 or 3 times. I worry about that too. I moved from Texas to Saudi Arabia to Virginia with my kid and my wife, and that worries me. But it worries me more that my kid will not have the sufficient or enough trained teachers if a new CBG center is created and he is not moved with enough resources there. So I truly think that we should be taking this with the kids in mind, not in mind with optimizing resources of bus transportation. That's secondary. And to be said, some kids don't even, in CBG, that are outside of their zone, they don't even take the bus, or one in the morning or in the afternoon. Their parents pick them up because it's complicated. So to me, the underlying issue that I saw from representation that was very well done is that Swift Creek CBG program and Swift Creek Elementary School is overflown. It already is at 102% compared to the other schools. In my concept, is unnecessary to create a new program. What we should be really focusing on is in creating a better redistricting that allows for less or to redistrict Swift Creek Middle School in a different fashion that allows for a complete program of CBG as it is today and not with new centers. So I truly ask you to take this into consideration, because when the CBG program was created, it was created to give us students an opportunity, a chance to learn the way that they need to learn, because these kids are different. I am different. Give them the opportunity to learn in a different way, the way that is promised when they were accepted into the program. So unless you cannot guarantee that there will be staff members trained to teach CBG kids, you shouldn't open a new center. I truly ask you to take that into consideration. That's it. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm going to call the next set of speakers. Bakira Shabazz, Jana Fuentes, Kathleen O'Rourke, Grace Olson, Penelope Olson, and Amanda Dowdy. May we have Bakira Shabazz?
Good evening again. It is with great sorrow that I have to be here another evening on behalf of my daughter. My name is Bakira Shabazz. This is Earlia Smith. I have been coming to the school board meetings for the past several months in reference to my daughter being attacked in her school cafeteria by a young man who attacked her from behind and also hit her in the face with the icy. A fight ensued, of course, because she needed to protect herself because there was not enough personnel in the cafeteria to ensure that any, yet alone my daughter, that any of the students were safe. As a result of this fight, my daughter was suspended for 10 days. She has an IEP. She has, and I'm just going to say ADHD, ADD combo. Even though the federal government says that a change in placement starts at day 11, change in placement for my daughter starts at day 1. She has a hard enough time trying to finish her school day, yet alone being suspended for 10 days. She was also met from this suspension and me wanting to protect her, charged with assault and battery by the SRO in the school because he was upset with me for wanting to press a charge on a young man who got on top of my daughter, punched her in her face repeatedly until he busted her entire eyebrow open. And so he says to me, if you take a charge out on him, I'm gonna take a charge out on your daughter. And that's exactly what he did. And withheld information from DJJS as well in order to make sure that he did so. The suspension record says, and I have it right here, that my daughter hit back. Not that she was the aggressor, which is what they're trying to say that she was. She's never been in trouble. Not that she used excessive force, which she didn't. She protected herself. And I have a problem with that because now she's looking at a year for being charged with a misdemeanor while our school board staff here is fully aware and has basically been extremely silent. And they said, well, we can't do anything because it's in the police hands now. Let me tell you something. You can always do what's right. There is never an opportunity for you to be silent when you need to speak up for what's right. We're talking about safety here tonight, right? And keeping students safe, right? So how does our school board sit here all quietly when you all wanted our votes, but then when we need your vote back, you want to be quiet? I know that you all don't know about the memorandum of understanding between the school board and our police department, but let me read one of the sections that it says here. It says that no CCPS personnel shall have the authority to direct or prevent an SRO from engaging in law enforcement functions, such as making an arrest or the use of force on our students. What in the world? It also goes on to say that the police officers are supposed to act as mentors in the school with our students, but they are also supposed to address our students as they would adults in the community. This is the MOU right here. This is ridiculous, and we must get a hold of
Thank
our
you, Ms.
schools,
Shabazz.
or they're going to continue to run it.
Thank you, Ms. Shabazz. Jana Fuentes.
Hi, I'm Jana, and I'm a member of the LGBTQ plus community. I grew up in a house where I was brought up with strong family values. I grew up going to church and grew up Christian. I studied religion in college, and some of my best friends are pastors. I'm no stranger to the church, and the Bible is no stranger to me. The Bible tells you how to treat people. It doesn't tell you how to be you. Just because somebody's different from you, it doesn't mean it's wrong. We're supposed to be different from each other. I also know trans folks. I've seen how they thrive alongside their peers and community when they have the support they need. And the model policies that are in place right now give them that. We have to look closely at who's living in line with these values. Trans kids are empathetic, whole people who know themselves. They're not bothering anybody. Trans folks have always been here, and as long as humans are on this earth, we'll always be here. There wasn't language around for it the way there is now, just like a lot of other things. And some people who don't have that lived experience around it are afraid of it. But trans folks have been here the whole time, so why is there a problem now? Now there are people who are afraid, who fear what they don't understand, and they worry, and they escalate, and they make assumptions based in fear, not fact. And my gosh, have those fears and rumors been spreading like we're back in middle school. Changing the policies that are already in place would be harmful for trans kids. The policies that are already in place are working. The policies proposed for the changes that are proposed for tonight would just be harmful and cause unnecessary stress to trans kids. The policies in place already, they protect every kid already. Please don't adopt the proposed policies and stick with what's already working to protect every kid. There seems to be a larger issue of adults speaking from a place of fear as if it's truth when it's not. And being so persuasive in their emotions, others latch onto that fear and misinformation is spread. And the trouble is, it's not truth. If we're talking truth, we can refer to the experts, to the people who actually study this and interact with trans folks every day. And what we do know is that all the major medical organizations support trans kids. The Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the American Academy of Dermatology, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Academy of Nursing, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Physician Assistants, the American College Health Association, the American College of Nurse Midwives, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American College of Physicians, American Counseling Association, American Heart Association, American Medical Association, American Medical Student Association, American Nurses Association, American Osteopathic Association, American Psychiatric Association, Psychological Association, Public Health Association, American Society of Plastic Surgeons, Endocrine Society, Federation of Pediatric Organizations, GLMA, LGBTQ Equality, National Association of Nurse Practitioners in Women's Health, National Association of Social Workers. You get my drift? The support from experts is overwhelming, y'all. They're experts. There's weight to that information, and once you have it, we can't let fear dictate our decisions. Let's start having some basic human decency again and love thy neighbor.
Thank you. Kathleen O'Rourke.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Kathleen O'Rourke, and I do not support these revisions for Policy 1015. The quality of a society can be measured by how it treats its most vulnerable citizens, the elderly, children, the disabled, the abused. Indeed, an individual's humanity can be measured by their ability to care for and protect all of their neighbors and fellow humans. In recent years, the importance of creating inclusive and supportive environments for all students, regardless of their gender identity, has become increasingly recognized. Gender-affirming policies in schools are essential, not only for the well-being of transgender and gender-diverse students, but for fostering an educational environment that promotes respect, equality, and human dignity for everyone. 22% of children and teens across America live with one or more mental health conditions, and this number is on the rise. This situation was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw a 25% rise in anxiety and depression across the globe. During this time, emergency rooms saw record highs of pediatric patients coming in for mental health reasons, which coincided with staggering numbers of teen suicide attempts. All of this led to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and the full list of the groups that the previous speaker told, to call on policymakers, mental health experts, and primary care providers to take action and address this crisis. In Virginia, this gap is acutely felt. Our state ranks 48th in the country when it comes to mental health care access for children. 48th. As I'm sure you are aware, Governor Youngkin rolled out statewide initiatives to increase mental health services for youth and adults called Right Help Right Now. Included in the initiatives are expanded access and eligibility for school-based mental health services to students across Virginia. I'm very pleased our governor understands that not all children have access to mental health support in their community or at home, and grateful he has taken action to ensure evidence-based services are available to all students in school settings. It should be noted that these evidence-based services support students and facilitate healthy parent and child interactions. That is the goal of family therapy. Studies consistently show that when gender-affirming policies are in place, such as allowing students to use their preferred name and pronouns, access gender-appropriate facilities, and participate in activities that align with their gender identity, the mental health and overall well-being of these students improve dramatically. However, gender-affirming policies foster a student culture of respect and inclusivity that benefits all students, sets clear expectations for how students and adults should treat one another, and encourages empathy, understanding, and acceptance. These policies help reduce incidents of bullying and harassment for all students by creating safe spaces where all students can express their authentic selves. Schools help cultivate an environment where everyone feels respected and protected. Gender-affirming policies are not just a set of rules. They are a commitment to creating an educational environment where all students can thrive, free from discrimination and fear. Schools have a legal and ethical obligation to protect all students from discrimination. The U.S. Supreme Court's decision Bostock versus Clayton County in 2020 clarified that discrimination based on gender identity is a form of sex discrimination under federal law. This means students who face discrimination due to their gender identity have legal recourse, and schools must take protective actions to protect discrimination. In closing, gender-affirming policies are not only a moral imperative, but also a legal requirement. Thank you.
Grace Olson.
Good evening. My name is Grace Olson, and my family and I are residents of Midlothian. Both my husband and I attended Chesterfield County Public Schools, and my daughter will be speaking next. And honestly, I would not be up here tonight if we hadn't made a pact that we'd both come up and speak, even though we're both very nervous to do it. She currently attends Robius Middle School. I would also like to speak out against the proposed changes for the current policy regarding transgender students. I emailed Dot Heffron yesterday, and in fact, I emailed the entire board asking why this is coming up now. Has there been any changes to state or federal law that requires a change in our current policy? And Dot responded that there is not. And frankly, for the vast majority of families and students in Chesterfield County, the current policy has no impact on them. What is it, less than 5% of all students identify as transgender or non-binary? And for these families that are not affected by this, it has no impact on their lives. But for the families of transgender and non-binary students, or those students themselves, a change in the current policy would be life-changing. As others have mentioned, there have been a number of studies that there's a direct correlation between the rejection by family of gender identity and negative mental health outcomes, including risk of suicide. Also, studies have shown that transgendered students are much more likely to experience abuse, both at home and in school, than cisgendered students. Above all else, your job is to advocate for and protect the safety and security of all students, especially those most at risk. These proposed changes, especially for students who use pronouns or names that do not match their school record, could very well likely increase the risk of bullying, risk of abuse at home, homelessness, and negative mental health outcomes. And also, this hasn't really come up, but I want to make sure that the school board is apprised of the facts. For years, scientific studies have shown that cities and states and districts that have transgender inclusive policies like we have now are not a safety risk, and there is no increased risk of violence for students because of the current policy we have. Experts, including many law enforcement people, say over and over that any claim that gender-affirming policies cause safety issues is absurdly false. The only real risk of violence here is against LGBTQ students, and your job is to protect them. I put my trust in you and in our schools every single day when my daughter gets on the bus. And I know that she is in an incredibly wonderful, inclusive environment where she is thriving. I have to brag, she is a straight A, almost straight A+ student, and she is in Mr. Gorman's GSA class. I didn't know he'd be speaking tonight.
And she just comes home every day just so thrilled and happy to feel accepted and loved and to have an incredible group of friends and incredible students and counselors who support her. And you have a responsibility to not break that trust that we have. Thank you.
Penelope Olson.
Hello, my name is Penelope Olson, and I'm a 7th grader at Robius Middle School. I am here to talk against the proposed changes regarding trans students in schools. Genderqueer people have a hard time as it is, whether it is at home or in their community, and it shouldn't be made worse at school. I've been taught from kindergarten that we should treat everyone with respect, and that goes for anyone, especially minorities. By revising this policy, you would be putting trans and non-binary students in danger. Per a study done by the Trevor Project last year, 45% of all queer students considered or attempted suicide, and 1 out of 3 trans students don't have a supporting home life. That suicide number would be higher if there wasn't a safe spot for them at school. If you take that away, you would be putting lives at risk. If someone knows that their parents are not supportive of the LGBTQIA+ community, then a great way to test out how new pronouns or how a name feels is at school with your friends or teachers. It can be greatly freeing to be who you are in a safe, supporting environment, and I think schools should be able to be that for someone. If you change this rule and some students don't know about it, then they could ask to be called by their preferred name or pronouns and have their parents notified without their knowledge. This could result in danger for the student at home and greatly impact their physical or mental health. If these are affected, the student will do worse in school, which could result in even more trouble at home. How someone identifies shouldn't and usually doesn't impact their learning. School should be a safe place for students no matter their gender or sexuality, or if they have supporting parents or not. Your decision tonight could literally be a matter of life or death for some of my friends.
Amanda Dowdy.
Good evening. My name is Mandy, and I'm a lifelong resident of Chesterfield, and I live in the Bermuda District. First, thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us tonight. As a future parent and a leader in our church, I'm extremely concerned that Chesterfield has not aligned with Governor Youngkin's policy 1015. This policy was first presented in August of 2023. But thank you for taking the first steps tonight with the draft. We urge you to vote now to approve the current draft of the revised policy 1015. We want to make sure that the following sections remain in this policy, making it clear no policy or guidance from the school can encourage or instruct teachers to hide relevant information from parents about our kids, especially regarding gender experimentation at school. We as parents are the ones that should make the decision for our children that we were entrusted with to raise, love, and teach. We are responsible for our children's education in partnership with the public school. Making it clear, parents must be notified and given an opportunity to object before counseling in regarding to gender is given to their children. Taking steps toward protecting the constitutional freedoms of employees and our students. Protecting students' privacy in locker rooms, bathrooms, private spaces, and girls' sports. We only have our children for a short time in our lives. We have to protect them in every way possible while we still have them. I thank my dad, that is also here tonight, for protecting my life and teaching me the things in life that I now can pass on to my future children. The legacy starts with us as parents and caregivers, not the school, teachers, and counselors. We are called to take the primary responsibility as parents of their education. We are asking you to please move forward in the proposed revision. Thank you so much.
I'm going to call the next group of speakers. Shannon McKay, Tim Pohl, Andrea Torres, Ashley Albanout, Jamie Shaw, Adam Jaroff, Kay Kidd, Elizabeth Monast, and Joe Elias. May we have Shannon McKay?
I'm a little short.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Shannon McKay. My pronouns are she, her. I am the proud parent of a trans youth, and I'm also the executive director of a nonprofit organization called He, She, Ze, and We. I'm here to comment on the treatment of the gender identity policies, of course. Everything that our organization does encompasses education, support, advocacy, and community building. Everything we do is helping families bridge that gap with their young people. We also help schools, businesses, and agencies, providers know how to create welcoming and inclusive environments where transgender people, particularly youth, can thrive. It is a heavy lift these days, and with this school board considering rolling back the solid policies that you currently have in place, our work is even more challenging. Your draft policies mostly do follow the 2023 model policies that were abruptly introduced last year. A record number of comments were submitted, 71,000 actually, and most of which opposed those 2023 model policies. Yet they were rolled out in a way that made it seem that they were the policies that took over and the other ones were gone, and that caused a huge panic in the community that I serve of over 1,000 families in Virginia. And it just wasn't true. As you know, it was up to the districts to decide what's best for their students. Roughly 10,000 students walked out that October and in opposition of the policies, and also Virginia's elected legislators voted down proposals identical to model policies in both 23 and 24 General Assembly sessions. So it seems that the majority of Virginians, and also you're hearing tonight, do not want youth to face discrimination of any kind, especially when it is supposed to be in their safe space of belonging, which is their own school community. Yet here we are. So the policies actually, just like the 2023 policies, your policies actually contradict itself over and over and over. So I'm going to talk just about the first one, which is students' identification. So it says that students, first of all, your policies actually do need parents to be involved to be able to have a student's name and pronouns updated on their roster. So families are already involved. They need to be involved to do that. You also students cannot legally change their name or have any medical treatments or anything like that without parents involved. Okay, so there's no really experimentation necessarily about gender in school. But to implement this new policy, we would have to make sure that you would have the same requirements for all students, not just the trans ones. So if someone else wants to use a different name, a nickname, or something different than their legal name that's on their transcript, you would have to get written permission from their parents too. And I kind of doubt that that's the intention of the policy. It also says in A that every effort should be made to ensure that the student wishing to change their means of address is treated with respect, compassion, and dignity in the classroom and the school environment. Yet B contradicts this because it says school personnel and students who are not informed by administration of those nicknames and pronouns in the official record will not be found to have been discriminated against or harassed the student for not using those. It also, I also feel like students should not be informed by administration about other students. I think that's a privacy issue. But also, how are we going to know? C says that it refers to mistakes being made.
Thank you.
Oh, I did not get, I will follow up with an email because there's a lot more there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Temple.
Thank you folks for having me tonight. Thank you folks for organizing all of this. It's important that we have an opportunity to share. My name is Tim. I'm a 21-year resident of Chesterfield County, and I'm here tonight to speak against the proposed policy that's going to harm both trans and cisgender students. I have 3 minutes and 38 seconds to share with you why a trans child deserves dignity and the opportunity to grow into who they are without fear of retaliation. Before I start, I want to thank those of you behind me that are here who do not have a child or a family member in the trans community. These trans kids are fighting so hard, and it warms my heart and the heart of those in my family that you're an ally. I'm here for the trans kids tonight that are not out, that have not publicly declared who they are, who don't have family support, and who are terrified that they are somehow wrong or damaged because they are not. And so for those 5 of you at this table, you have a responsibility. I'm speaking directly to you tonight. I can't speak to why you personally ran for school board, but I'd like to think it's because you care about the children of Chesterfield County. I don't believe that this policy cares about the children of Chesterfield County. As a parent, I think we owe it to our kids to understand who they are. And I think the board owes it to kids to allow that exploration to take place in a safe space. I think we owe it to our kids to allow them to explore the variety of life around us. This policy ostracizes the small population of trans kids at CCPS, and rather than try to develop a plan that's going to accommodate them and facilitate a shared discussion on what it means to be trans, this policy effectively restricts all of that. If you have a relationship with a trans kid, you will know that it has taken them an extraordinary amount of courage, time, and energy to determine who they are, and even more to share that with a reluctant population. These kids and their families are telling you that this policy is harmful, and I feel that's sufficient reason enough to reject it. Ms. Hudgens, I'm going to speak directly to you tonight. You're my representative, and as part of that, represent me and my family on this board. Prior to your win in November, you encountered my wife and my son at the polls, and they asked you specifically about your stance on trans students and their issues. You told them, and I'm paraphrasing, that you would love all the students in CCPS like you would love a student in your classroom. I share that as a reminder that all of you, every one of you at this seat, in these seats, is charged with the well-being of all students in CCPS. Forcing trans kids to be something that they are not is not only cruel, but the opposite of your responsibility. The development of these fragile kids is in your hands. They have no one but you to stand up for them. I'm just asking for you to love them for who they are and not for who you want them to be. Please stop being caught up in this national narrative that demonizes these kids, and instead look to find a way to be compassionate for them as individuals as they grow into who they are. Thank you.
Andrea Torres.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here this evening. And I would like to read first something that is very important for everyone to understand. On July 18 of 2023, Governor John King released a model policy that ensured the privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia's public schools. The policy states, all children in Virginia deserve to have a parent engaged in their life and to be treated with dignity and respect. The Virginia Department of Education updated model policies reaffirm my administration's continued commitment to ensure that every parent is involved in conversations regarding their child's education, upbringing, and care. Public comment, input, and concerns were carefully evaluated and assessed to formulate the updated model policies. The Department of Education has delivered policies that empower parents, prohibit discrimination, and create a safe and vibrant learning environment by addressing bullying incidents. This applies for everyone. But as a mother of 3 children who have her children in the public schools for over 9 years, I have never seen a situation that has been very tense for everyone, because this applies for everyone. It's not for one side only, it's for every child. My child is surrounded by her best friends are trans. But to know that when she was at school, at the first time when she was not understanding what was happening, she was being bullied, she was being surrounded and isolated. And I suffered so much as a mother. There are incidents in the schools that even go unreported to the parents, where there are boys that go into to the bathrooms. And recently, last year, there was a boy who was almost raping one of the classmates, and she did not report this. This is something that it must be considered. The policy is not creating a safe environment for one party, it's for everyone. So I appreciate to consider to include this policy that is overdue because it was released in last year. It's been over a year. And for further discussion, if anybody disagrees, we can work together as a way to find solutions for everyone and work together. This is all what it says, the policy. Thank you.
Ashley Ablanop.
Good evening. Ashley Ablanop, 21-year resident here in Chesterfield County. Thank you for listening to parents and concerned citizens in Chesterfield and taking action. My hope and prayer this evening in this long, drawn-out, confusing, and anti-parent platform brought to us in 2021 and tonight. But for clarity, let's go over what we're encouraging to vote now from the current draft of the revised policy 1015. Please ensure the following components remain. Making it clear no policy or guidance from the school can encourage or instruct teachers to hide relevant information from parents about their kids, especially regarding gender experimentation at school. Making it clear parents must be notified and given an opportunity to object before counseling regarding gender is given to their children. Protecting the constitutional freedoms of employees or students who don't want to be compelled to speak words that violate their faith or conscience. Protecting students' privacy in locker rooms, bathrooms, private spaces, and girls' sports. We're asking you to stop the delay and vote now to align our district policies with the revised parental right policies released by Governor Youngkin's Education Department. This is a parental rights issue. Regardless of what church or religious belief we have, we can all agree that kids thrive best when their parents are involved in their lives at school and in the educational process. Kids are harmed when parents are cut out. We can all agree that all kids, without exception, should be protected from harm and harassment, and schools can and should protect every single child equally and fairly. It is possible to do this without trampling on parents' constitutional rights and the privacy and safety rights of our children. Thank you so much. We really appreciate all that you do for our county and for our kids. Thank you.
Jamie Shaw.
I am very short. My name is Jamie Shaw. I have been a student of Chesterfield County for 13 years of my public school education and am now the parent of a Manchester High School junior. We have talked a lot about what we want for our kids. I'm going to give you some numbers that came from our kids. Surveys that were done before protective policies were in place. 72% of LGBTQ+ high school students reported being bullied. Only 40% of these students reported that their school administrators were supportive of LGBTQ+. 40% of transgender and non-binary students were prevented from using their chosen names and pronouns. Only 16% of these students were taught positive representations of LGBTQ+ people, history, or events. How can we educate and prepare these kids for their future if we fail to present them with a future they feel represented? During virtual learning without proper mental health support or positive social peer connections, my child, a 13-year-old 7th grade student, attempted to take his own life. And this happened with a parent working in the kitchen and this parent working in a critical field. A child made a decision in fear that was almost his last. And I am sharing this because the fears that LGBTQ+ kids are expressing are leading to very real risks and dangers. My child was almost reduced to a statistic that was preventable. The mental health and academic decline of these kids is preventable with policies we are already implementing. Studies have already shown that by using a person's preferred name and pronouns, we can reduce the risk of suicide, depression, and other mental health issues because affirming their gender identity leads to improved overall mental and physical health. Studies have also shown a direct correlation between mental health and higher academic performance and achievement. We know that mental health affects a student's ability to focus, concentrate, and be dependable. We know that improved mental health leads to measurable and positive academic outcomes. And we can observe those by increased concentration and motivation, improved resilience and retention, better social relationships, improved classroom behavior, improved physical health, and an overall improvement in test scores. And I think if you were to ask any CCPS teacher right now where they'd like to see some improvements, it's within some of the metrics I just said. I am asking this board to look beyond any personal or political bias and instead look at data and facts. Implementing policies that remove protections for trans students is irresponsible and dangerous, and I urge this board to keep the policies that protect these kids. And remember that while it is your responsibility to bear, it is their right to an education in a space that is free from discrimination and prejudice. And we need to remember that when we talk about every kid, that includes trans kids.
Adam Giroff. Adam Giroff. K Kid.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am Kay Kidd. I'm a longtime resident of Chesterfield County who attended Fallen Creek Middle School and graduated from Meadowbrook High School in 1983. Thank you for your continued support of student education and development. It must be a great challenge for you all to balance competing priorities throughout the school system and ideological differences in our community. With compassion, I recognize that not everyone in this room shares my views related to the role of teachers and administrators when it comes to students and county policies. I think one thing, though, that we can agree on is that we want what is best for each child. Who can best make that determination? The child's legal parents. I support the 1015 changes and the long-standing tradition of parents having the primary role in raising their own children. Teachers, school counselors, and administrators should not be allowed to affirm a student's transgender ideation without written approval from both legal parents. To allow otherwise is not in the best interest of the student or of our county. To serve the children of Chesterfield County, please vote now for parental rights to approve the current draft of the revised Policy 1015, keeping the following: making it clear no policy or guidance from the school can encourage or instruct teachers to hide relevant information from parents about their kids, especially regarding gender experimentation at school. Making it clear parents must be notified and given an opportunity to object before counseling regarding gender is given to their children. Taking steps towards protecting the constitutional freedoms of employees or students who do not want to be compelled to speak words that violate their faith or their conscience. And protecting students' privacy in locker rooms, bathrooms, private spaces, and girls' sports. We are asking you to stop the delay and vote now to align our district policies with the revised transgender issue policies released by Governor Youngkin's Education Department. And one final note is that expert opinions do not replace a parent's rights. Thank you.
Elizabeth Monast.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Monast.
Quiet, please. Madam Clerk, could you please start the timer over?
Yep. Good evening. Thank you, Board. I appreciate you allowing the public comment and input and taking it all into consideration. I won't be long, considering that I have a first grader next to me this evening who was adamant about coming with Mom. I stand before you today as a mother of Milo, a first grader here at Beulah Elementary School in the Dale School District. I want to just speak from the heart that as a parent who wants nothing more for my child and all children here to feel safe, valued, and supported at school, that I'm deeply concerned about the recent policy that was put forward as a draft and modeled by Governor Youngkin, which seeks essentially to limit the rights and protections for our transgender students. This policy not only undermines the dignity of these students, but it also places unnecessary burdens on them and their families. And I believe that every student, regardless of their gender identity, deserves to be treated with respect and compassion, and that this policy does the opposite. Our schools should be a place where every child feels safe to be themselves. Transgender students, as evidenced by speakers here this evening, already face unique challenges, and it is our responsibility as the parents, the adults in their lives, to ensure that they have the support that they need. This means providing access to affirming resources, respecting their gender identity, and ensuring that they have the freedom to use the facilities that match who they are. I reject the policy and urge our school board to do the same. We must stand firm in our commitment to fostering a safe and inclusive environment for all of our students. And I ask that you consider the lasting impacts that these policies might have on our most vulnerable populations. These children need to know that they are supported, that they are seen, and that they have a community who cares for them no matter who they are. I urge this board to continue championing all rights and privileges of our students and respect the rights of transgender students and reject any measures that would roll back such protections. Together with your support as our trusted board members and as parents in this community, we can create a school environment where every student, regardless of their gender identity, feels empowered to be their true self. Thank you so much for your time and for considering the needs of all of our children. And we look forward to your decision and hope that this school board, this district, remains a place of continued acceptance, respect, and love for our children. Thank you.
Joe Elias.
Good evening, members of the school board, students, parents, first grader. My name is Joe Elias, and I'm from Matoaka. I'm here tonight speaking as a parent and as a member of our community. I am deeply concerned with the direction that we are heading with this proposed adoption of Governor Youngkin's unnecessary revisions to Model Policy 1015. And I'm not just worried about the harm that this policy will inflict on our transgender and non-binary students. Quite frankly, I'm frustrated that we're here talking about this at all. This policy pushed forward by the governor's administration represents a substantial step backwards for our schools. It seeks to undo the progress that we've made when Chesterfield County adopted an inclusive and evidence-based approach to supporting transgender and non-binary youth. Those policies were built through collaboration, empathy, and understanding. They focus on protecting students, creating safe learning environments, and respecting the diversity of our student body. And yet here we are, spending tons of our valuable time and resources debating revisions to policy, and these revisions would ignore best practices, disregard the requirements set forth by our own General Assembly, and ultimately put vulnerable children in harm's way. Instead of affirming our commitment to inclusivity, we are wasting time considering these policies. This is a distraction. It is a political stunt masquerading as concern for parental rights, when in reality, this is about erasing the transgender youth from our schools. It is about turning back the clock to a time when our LGBTQ+ students were forced into the shadows. And while we waste all of this time on this policy revision, our real issues go unaddressed. We are facing a crisis in teacher retention. Quality teachers are leaving the profession in droves, and in our district as well, because they feel unsupported, underpaid, and overburdened. Instead of supporting our educators and investing in their development, we are embroiled in a debate that makes their jobs harder for no reason whatsoever. Our schools are bursting at the seams. More students come to our schools than we can accommodate. Both of my children went to Trailer Elementary in 5th grade. I moved to this county for the quality of the schools and everyone involved in them. And we have to acknowledge that there are issues that we must deal with now. The safety of our students, the locations that we're teaching them in, these are not temporary inconveniences. These speak to systemic failures that disrupt learning, compromise their safety, and send a message that our students are often an afterthought. Now, let's be clear, this proposed policy does nothing to serve any of our urgent issues. This is a distraction designed to pit parents against educators, students against their administrators, and community members like us against one another. This is a wedge issue, not a solution to anything. We need to spend our time discussing the plans for teacher retention, better pay, and enhanced professional development. We should be talking about strategies for improving our school infrastructure, for making sure that our students have safe and comfortable and equipped learning environments. We should be finding ways to reduce the need for trailers and overflow storage of our students so that every one of them can learn inside of a building designed for education. Instead, we waste our time on policies that won't accomplish any of these things. Reject these revisions, side with your community, and most importantly, stand up for the students who need your help right now. Thank you.
Call the next group of speakers: Katie Schaefer, Grayson Arthurs, Andrew Town, Kenneth Lax, Vivian Gibbs. May we have Katie Schaefer? Katie Schaefer.
Good evening. Time start? Okay. Good evening. Hi, my name's Katie Schaefer. I've lived in Richmond for about 25 years this year, and in Chesterfield for 10. And one of the reasons that I came to Chesterfield was after a short stint in London, about 3 years, my family decided we needed to look for a new location to live when we moved back to Richmond, and I loved Chesterfield. I thought it was so diverse. I thought it was very accepting and inclusive. I loved the fact that my neighbors are my community, and I still love that part about it. We chose our area, actually, Ms. Hudgens, we're in Midlothian District. I have 3 children. I have a senior at James River, an 8th grader at Robius, and a 5th grader at Bonaire. And I'll tell you what, we've lucked out. We think it's wonderful. And I want to say the policies that you have in place, they're working. As a parent, I support the policies that are in place now, the policies that protect transgender students as they do everybody else. The policies in place provide clear guidelines that empower educators. They empower faculty and staff and students and parents of students and transgender students, including parents of transgender students. They provide the tools that we need to understand how to care for our kids. They work. They include the parents in the process. As a parent, I take comfort in knowing that when my child goes to school, it doesn't matter what their gender identity is. It doesn't matter what their sex is, their sexual orientation, their race, their religion. All of that is protected under discrimination laws. But what you are proposing right now is discriminatory. It treats transgender children differently than everybody else. If I have a teacher who wants to call my kid a nickname, who now has to get permission if my child becomes transgender or is transgender and reveals that, then every child needs to have a phone call home in case they want to be called something different? Is that how that goes? I had a kid who was actually questioning, and I will tell you how it went. They weren't sure. They thought about a few names. I went to the school and I said, hey, would it be all right if we tried Brooklyn for a little while? Is that okay? Yeah, no problem. Guess what? My kid showed up as Brooklyn in their class. The kid said, hey, Brooklyn. They used their pronouns. And then after a little while, Brooklyn was like, I don't know. I don't know if that works for me. And so guess what? They're not Brooklyn anymore. I didn't have to change any legal documents in order for them to feel respected. I didn't have to sign anything. I didn't have to spend money in order for them to be treated with respect in their classroom, because all they asked was to be treated with the same respect as other kids. That was the name that they felt worked for them. And that was the name that the teacher said, okay, I can respect you. If you are concerned about respect for parents and privacy, I ask you to consider, listen to the parents. The parents here are the ones with the transgender children. Listen to what they are telling you kindness is. If kindness is important, then you listen to what people tell you is kind. We don't get to decide for other families what is kind. Listen to the families who have these needs. Thank you.
Grayson Arthurs.
touch this? A little short. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for your time, for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Grayson Arthurs. My pronouns are they and he. I'm transgender. Being trans means that every day I have to make a series of choices. I have to choose which bathroom to use, who I tell my pronouns to, and how to present myself to ensure my own safety. But all of those choices are my own to make. I do my best to put myself in inclusive, welcoming, and safe environments, and I'm privileged enough to have that power to choose because I'm an adult. Our school-age kids don't have that same privilege. They have to get up every morning, get on the bus, and go to school. Thankfully, Chesterfield County Public Schools has been an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for trans kids since these current policies were put in place. They have enjoyed the freedom of being their authentic selves, of being called their true name, and being able to use the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity. But now that fundamental right to be themselves is at risk of being taken away. Trans kids are scared. They are scared of rejection. They are scared of hate. And now of losing their freedoms in a place where they are supposed to feel safe. They deserve to feel seen and heard. They deserve to be happy. And they deserve to be protected. I urge you to protect your students. I urge you to open your hearts, and I urge you to lead with kindness and compassion. I urge you to reject these newly proposed policies. As parents and teachers and administrators, it is your responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of every kid. And like the many, many signs behind me, thank you. Every kid includes trans kids. Thank you.
Andrew Town. Andrew Town. Kenneth Lax.
Good evening, school board and superintendent. My name is Kenneth Lax, and I'm a native of Virginia and have resided in Chesterfield soon to be 50 years and currently live in Matoka District. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I am a father of 3 adult girls that all graduated from Chesterfield Public Schools and a grandfather of 7 amazing grandchildren. I am very concerned that Chesterfield has not aligned with Governor Youngkin's policy 1015. In 2021, the majority of Chesterfield elected Governor Youngkin. Therefore, we should adopt his revised model policy 1015. This policy was first presented in August of 2023. We are still not aligned with this policy. We want to make sure the following sections remain in this policy, making it clear no policy or guidance from the school can encourage or instruct teachers to hide relevant information from parents about our kids, especially regarding gender experimentation at school. Making it clear parents must be notified and given the opportunity to object before counseling regarding gender is given to their children. Taking steps toward protecting the constitutional freedoms of employees and students who don't want to be compelled to speak words that violate their faith or conscience. Protecting students' privacy in locker rooms, bathrooms, private spaces, and girls' sports. With having 3 girls and 2 granddaughters, my number 1 priority is to protect them from any harm. The cycle of life quickly passes by. It only seems like yesterday that my girls were starting school. I am thankful that they did not have to go through what my grandkids are going through now in school here in Chesterfield. We are asking that you please stop the delay and vote now to align our district policies with the revised policies released by Governor Youngkin's Education Department in August of 2023. I trust that the school board would seek wisdom and guidance from our Creator on all of their decisions. Thank you.
Vivian Gibbs.
Hi, my name is Vivian Gibbs, and I am a 6th grade CVG student at Swift Creek Middle. I would like to tell you guys about my thoughts on the CVG transfer to the new middle school and Tomahawk. I love the Chesterfield school system and have made most of my friends here. I participated in many different extracurricular activities as well, including soccer, Girl Scouts, and drama, but while all of this was happening, I also faced some struggles in school. For example, when I was little, I moved from Florida to Virginia in the middle of kindergarten at Woolridge. Then I was homeschooled due to COVID in 1st grade, and for 2nd grade, I was in a learning pod at my friend's house with 5 other kids. I transferred to Clover Hill Elementary for 3rd grade because of the CBG program, and for 6th grade, I went to Swift Creek. Now I may have to move for 7th grade because of what's happening. We don't have the final decision. If the transfer goes through, so be it. We will be flexible and do whatever, but I'd like to suggest another way. What if we decided to only move the kids who are going into CPG programs next year? That way, 6th and 7th graders can continue the rest of their years at Swift Creek without all the hassle. After 2 years, the program would be in the place you want it, I know for a fact that all my friends would hate to be separated just because of where we live and how they're zoning the schools. If you end up deciding to do this, I know that everybody, not just the kids, will be thankful. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Nora Hazelgrove, Candy Cushman, Christine Melendez, Jessica Bonner, and Phoebe Winter. May we have Nora Hazelgrove?
Hi, and thank you for your time and your patience, hearing out all of our perspectives. My name is Nora Hazelgrove. I'm here with my husband, Lee. We're here to ask you to reject the new policies regarding the transgender students. We're residents of CCPS and parents of an 8th grade transgender student. We've been very pleased with how the administrators, the counselors, and teachers have created an inclusive, safe, and compassionate learning environment for our son. The existing policies are working well for transgender students and their families and should be upheld. We were not familiar with the many struggles transgender students faced before having a child of our own that now faces the same struggles: anxiety, depression, body dysphoria. And despite creating a safe and supportive environment from day one at our home, the outside world has not yet caught up, and these new policies would move us backwards. They are not in line with laws and evidence-based research. According to the National Institute of Health, 82% of transgender individuals have considered suicide, and 40% have attempted it. With statistics like these, we must follow the evidence-based research around what helps, which includes affirming trans and non-binary youth, not creating undue barriers to parents and youth requesting name and pronoun changes, not discriminating on the basis of gender identity in regards to the use of facilities, activities, and sports, and not removing gender-affirming language and training required for educators to effectively support the protection of our kids to be free from discrimination on the basis of gender identity. All we want is for our child to feel comfortable, safe, and be able to focus on learning every day when he walks into school. The revised policies would dramatically change this for him and so many other students. It will lead to a climate of increased anxiety and discrimination. It will create a permission structure for othering and bullying, and will force many kids into hiding, or even worse. The existing policies are working. They are based on law and evidence-based research. We must uphold them for our kids' physical and mental well-being. Thank you for taking time to listen to parents like us who know firsthand how policies like these will impact our kids. Please continue to do the right thing by helping all of our children of all backgrounds and all identities feel welcome in our schools. Please keep the current policies in place. Thank you.
Candy Cushman.
Good evening. My name is Candy Cushman, and I speak on behalf of hundreds of parents who are part of the Speak Up Virginia movement, hundreds of thousands of parents, especially here, many of them here in Chesterfield County, and who are represented by the Family Foundation of Virginia. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you. We sincerely thank you for listening to the parents' concerns, to the many citizens who have put forward their concerns. Thank you for taking action to bring forward these policy revisions that respect parents who want to be involved in their children's lives. You know, I really appreciate the parent earlier who brought up that these policies that Governor Youngkin put forward were entitled Dignity and Respect for All. I think that's really important that we have a balanced approach here for all families in the community. And I want to be clear that the parents that are here asking for these revisions to go forward, they are not anti-anything. They are for common sense parental rights. And I think one big takeaway that we can all look at from the election that happened just the other night is that these identity politics that pit people against one another are losing out to the real need of hardworking families across all ethnic communities that want policies that protect their kids and their right to guide their educational process. We know that 72% of registered voters were concerned about protecting girls' sports. I don't think school boards can just dismiss 3/4 of the voting population having that concern across the United States. I want to be clear that we are all in agreement from the bottom of our hearts that every child, I hope everyone hears this, every single child without exception should be protected from harm and harassment. We all agree on that. We feel like there are existing state and local policies that provide comprehensive protection, but right now we're concerned about the existing policies that actually drive a wedge between kids and their parents, and that's counterproductive. It does create more danger and harm for kids, not less. So we appreciate you taking steps to reach a balance and fixing this. I want to emphasize that these concerns are not hypothetical. We know about what happened in Loudoun County with a biological male entering a girl's restroom, a sexual assault happening there. As the parent pointed out earlier, there are incidents of concern with girls' safety and privacy rights being violated right here in Chesterfield in bathroom and locker rooms. So it's not just hypothetical. These are actual things happening. We also know about, I'm sure you've heard about Sage's story, the girl, 15-year-old girl in a Virginia high school who was experimenting with her gender identity at school. The school hid that from her parents. She found herself in the hands of sex traffickers, after she was given access to websites, her parents not knowing anything about this. So I think everybody needs to look at all the perspectives here. There is real harm that can happen and does happen when you cut parents out. So I know you've heard what the parents are saying that they're asking for. I think the main request is that there be no more delays, that you act promptly on these proposed revisions, even voting tonight if possible, rather than waiting for the holidays when it's hard for parents to keep track of what's going on. If I have a little bit of extra time, I just want to mention you can't minimize the impact on students. I heard someone previously saying, it doesn't matter because it doesn't affect many students. But we've seen studies just a few months ago showing that 14,000 minors underwent gender transition procedures in the last few years. That is a significant amount, so it makes sense that parents want to
Thank you,
be
Ms.
involved in
Cushman.
this. So thank you for your concern.
Thank you, Ms. Cushman. Thank you, Ms. Cushman.
Ms. Cushman, thank you for your time has expired, Ms. Cushman. Thank you. Ms. Cushman, your time has expired.
Christine Melendez.
Good evening, school board members and members of CCPS staff. I'm Christine Melendez, and I'm honored to serve as the CEA president, the Chesterfield Education Association. Today, I come to speak about two topics that are of concern to our members and many non-members, planning time and policy language changes. And I want to speak about these two topics with the lenses of reflect and respect. In regards to the survey that the CEA administered regarding loss of planning time in instructional positions, I want to invite administrators and staff to reflect on some of the data we collected from those surveys. Of those surveyed, as our vice president stated earlier, 82% of staff surveyed experienced a greater loss of planning time this year compared to previous years, whereas only 13% said they hadn't. The loss of planning is due to PLT and PLC meetings, grade level or subject-specific team meetings, math and reading specialist meetings, lots of meetings, coverage for coworkers with no subs, duties including but not limited to lunch duty or bathroom monitoring, supporting students with disabilities, paperwork outside the scope of curriculum and planning, proctoring or administering school-wide tests, extra professional development modules, translation efforts when liaisons or translators are unavailable, mentoring new staff, parent meetings and phone calls, remediation efforts, and more. And now I want to ask admin and staff to respect teacher planning time, which is defined as at least an average of 30 minutes per day for elementary school staff and a segment of time in middle or secondary schools during the instructional day that is unencumbered of teaching and supervisory duties that is no less than 45 minutes. Please respect this planning time and help teachers in every school in Chesterfield County have time during the school day that matches the time defined in Virginia State Code to do what is needed to prepare lessons that ignite passion in all through authentic and captivating experiences, lessons that help to create a better tomorrow, and lessons that include the values of integrity, equity, teamwork, and ingenuity. The second thing I want to speak on are policy language revisions. I'm asking our community to reflect on what a sense of belonging can do to help all children make social connections with peers, which improves mental health, and reflect on how a welcoming school environment helps children want to show up and want to participate in activities, which increases academic performance and overall wellness. And I want our community to respect each other, respect the professionals, and respect the members of these specific communities that are being affected, that are crying out for help. Respect the positive results of policies that are currently in place that allow every student and community member to be their true selves without fear or shame. Thank you.
Jessica Bonner.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Bonner, and I am a lifelong resident of Chesterfield County, and I taught in the county for almost 10 years. And now I am a proud parent of a transgender student in our county. And I'm here to say that our current policies are working. My student has been welcomed and affirmed by his teachers at James River High School. They use his preferred pronoun and name and respect his choices there. And now you are considering changing this. Don't you think our trans kids face enough obstacles and challenges out there in the world? Please do your job and keep our kids safe in their school. You have a responsibility to every single kid, and that includes trans kids. Thank you.
Phoebe Winter.
Good evening. My name's Phoebe Winter, and I'm here to speak against the proposed revisions to Policy 1015. I'm going to be reading a statement written by my son, with which I agree. His name is Sean Watterson, and he couldn't be here tonight. I live in the Midlothian district, and Sean lives in the Matoaka district. Sean's statement reads, I'm writing to you today as an alumnus of Chesterfield County Public Schools. I went to Bon Air, Henning, Manchester Middle, and James River. I'm also a parent of a third grader in Chesterfield County Schools. I can't be with you today because I'm picking him up from a field trip. After reading revised draft policy 1015, I was left with a question that wasn't answered in the text. Who is this for? I read nothing in this document that would improve the educational experience of our students, of my kids. I see a lot of weird concerns about how students are addressed by teachers and how those students go about seeking help. I want to make two comments. With regard to gender identity in high school sports, it's my belief that Chesterfield County should yield to the VHSL guidelines. High school athletics are complex, requiring buy-in from all participants. If high school sports are going to continue to exist, we need to agree on how we play them. Excuse me. With regards to requiring parental permission for a student to go by the name or identity that they prefer, this is utter nonsense. If my child learns better being addressed by a name other than the one my wife and I gave them, or identifying with a gender different from their sex, I am happy that the school helped them learn better by acknowledging and respecting this. If they feel that I am not a safe person to talk to about gender identity, I've failed as a parent. But, and I really want you to hear this part, my failure should not be their burden to bear. This policy reads like it was written by people who are scared that they lost control of their children. They're scared of their own failures as parents. Quite frankly, I don't think the children should have to suffer the consequences of our own failures as parents. I agree with the points my son made and those made so eloquently by earlier speakers who oppose the revision. The current policy should stand. Thank you.
The next set of speakers are Sarah Smith, Kelly Marlin, Addison Murphy, Peggy Taylor, and Peter Pisaret. May I have Sarah Smith?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Smith. I live in Matoaka. I am the parent of two second-generation CCPS students. They attend the same schools that I did. One of them is transgender. Thanks to the current policy titled Treatment of Transgender Students in Chesterfield County Public Schools, my child has had an overall positive experience being themselves at school. Their teachers have called my child by their chosen name from the day that they shared it. When, just weeks ago, other students began harassing my child because of their identity, we turned to the school counseling department for support, and my child received it. This policy currently in place is working. Because of it, my child feels safe with their teachers and counselors and is able to focus on learning while at school. The proposed changes to this policy remove protections that my child currently has. Section 5.b is particularly concerning in that these proposed changes are vague and will make harassment that my child just recently received permissible. I want my child to trust that they will be safe at school. I want them to go to school to learn, not to fight for their right to exist on a daily basis. My child is part of a vulnerable population, and I cannot overstate the importance of knowing that when I send them to school, they are protected by the adults there. This is why I'm asking the board to please reject the draft policy changes to 1015. Thank you for your time.
Kelly Marlin. Kelly Marlin.
I'm the parent of 2 Chesterfield County graduates and 2 current Chesterfield County students. And I'm here tonight to ask you to support some of our school system's most vulnerable students by declining to implement the harmful actions spelled out in the proposed policy on the treatment of transgender students in Chesterfield County schools. Let me start with this fact. The transgender population is small. Depending on the survey, the percent of transgender adults in the U.S. varies between 1.3 and 1.6% of the population. The population of transgender youth ages 13 to 17 varies between 0.3 and 0.6%. According to the website World Population Review, Virginia's percent of the population who identifies transgender is 0.52. That's 0.52% of adults and youth in the Commonwealth. Transgender kids are often marginalized, if nothing else, by the fact that their subset of the population is so incredibly small. They're finding their way in the world knowing they are different. They are just like any other student, though, in that they need friends, family, teachers, and parents who support them for who they are in order to thrive and succeed. They need to have the freedom to express themselves authentically without feeling the weight of societal pressure to conform to a gender identity that feels wrong or fake to them. According to a 2023 survey by the Human Rights Campaign, more than 63% of LGBTQ+ youth have experienced at least some form of support from their parents. But at the same time, 57.4% have experienced at least one form of parental rejection. Transgender and gender-expansive youth who have their pronouns and chosen names affirmed more frequently at home are significantly less likely to screen positive for depression and anxiety. At school, almost 55% of transgender youth feel unsafe in at least one setting. Bathrooms and locker rooms are where they feel the least safe. Yet, more than 92% of transgender and gender-expansive youth are proud to be part of the LGBTQ+ community. 69.2% are afraid they will be discriminated against in their future career due to their identity. It's not easy to be a transgender student at any age. All we ask is to use the names and pronouns that make them light up instead of the names that make them feel like shrinking into themselves, and to use the bathrooms that fit their identity. That's pretty much it. It doesn't seem like a big ask, and it doesn't seem like it needs 12 pages of reasons why we can't meet that request. Knowing what we know as parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, teachers, administrators, and a school board, it seems that approving a policy that targets the precise areas of vulnerability for this population of young people, after first putting in place a policy that would help affirm their identities just 3 years ago, would be unnecessarily cruel. As a group who often feels the repression of society, there is clearly not a plot by transgender students to accost cis students or to make them uncomfortable. There's not a sneaky plan to have gender reassignment surgery at school, because we all know that's not happening. There is not a plan to take over athletics. There's just a desire to be seen as the gender they identify as, to be accepted and called by the name and pronouns that make the most sense to them. Maybe the intent of this policy is not cruelty. Maybe it's just a desire to conform to what the DOE has put forth. But the results of this policy most certainly would be cruel. Some of you have taught children in your classrooms who were part of this vulnerable population. You knew who they were. Did you treat them differently because of it? I don't think you did, because I know from experience, and one of you taught my child, that you were compassionate and empathetic in the classroom. Now I ask you to draw on your compassion as you make policy for those who are struggling throughout our entire school system.
Thank you, Ms. Marlin. Addison Murphy.
Good evening. Thank you for having all of us. I want to start by saying whether you are a trans woman, a trans male, non-binary, or any other member of the LGBTQ community, this is not experimentation. This is who we are. These are our identities. My name is Addison Murphy, and I am a current senior at Midlothian High School. I am pansexual, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the policies against the LGBTQ community and trans community in our district. Unfortunately, it is these identities, our identities, that are not accepted by our parents, grandparents, other family members, or legal guardians, and it is unfortunately you all who are pushing these new policies that will continue to discriminate against members of the trans and LGBTQ community. These new implications are going to restrict the rights of all trans and LGBTQ students in a harmful and dangerous way. Disregarding the safety and confidentiality of a student's choice to be referred to as their own chosen name or pronouns is ignorant and it is dangerous. Our chosen identities are unfortunately a major reason for the abusive actions seen within families, the loss of a support system in our homes, and often the cause for children to be kicked out or neglected. Schools are here to be a place of support and opportunity. Please consider your choices in these policies regarding trans students, as your decision is critical to the health and safety of those children. The current policies in place are working. These new policies will put a target on the backs of many within their own families and chosen communities. My school has been an open and welcoming place to fellow students of the LGBTQ community and trans community especially. We have also withheld the importance to maintain and provide single occupancy bathrooms for trans students or other students who feel safer and more welcoming within the privacy of those spaces. This inclusion and consideration for the safety of all students is not a difficult ask or implementation. It is a necessity. If these new policies come to pass, you will be changing the entire dynamic of my school as well as many others. Pushing these new policies will demolish the faith that current LGBTQ community students have in their teachers and faculty. It will demolish their relationships with their families, and it will cripple their mental health and self-identity. It will strike an unnecessary fear in all of us. Please reconsider. I stand here waiting 3 hours to have a 4-minute discussion with all of you. This is our futures. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Peggy Taylor.
Greetings, Madam Chair, school board members, and school officials. I am Peggy Taylor, a mom of 4 who went through Chesterfield County Public Schools, a former health and PE teacher at Swift Creek Middle School, and now a grandmother of 11. I reside in the Clover Hill District. I come representing parents who have to make many decisions regarding their children and are expected to maintain primary responsibilities for those children and family as a whole. Working through differences between parents and children is part of being a family and necessary to healthy growth. There is a problem when the school steps between and alienates the parents from their children. Common sense would stand that if a child cannot do certain things till they are 18 or 21, that they are not prepared to make decisions that can affect them and their future without parental knowledge, guidelines, and doing all to keep the family intact. What I am asking is that as representatives of our community, that you protect the family unit, to adapt Governor Youngkin's model policy for transgender students in public elementary and secondary schools. It was requested in 2003, and now it's a 2004 school year. Rather than students' rights versus parental rights, may I suggest that schools adapt a counseling program for the entire family to keep that unit intact. Please take action to adapt policies that are consistent with the model policies And I leave you with a quote from John Paul II. As the family goes, so goes the nation, and so goes the whole world in which we live. Please take action to protect every kid and every family by voting yes for the model policies change and adding family counseling. Thank you.
Peter Pazarek. I'll call the remaining 3 speakers. Michael Carabinos, Justin Smith, and Margie Lindsay. May we have Michael Carabinos?
was going through my notes as I was sitting here and seeing how many times we've talked about this topic. And I think there's an important question that doesn't get asked enough in business and doesn't get asked a lot ever. And that important question is, what if we just do nothing? The policy that we enacted in 2021 was a policy that was made in good intentions before the politicization of this issue. This issue was then politicized because they needed a new wedge issue to replace the marriage debate. This policy politicization has been done to serve a political aim, not the aim of the best interest of the student. We've heard this all before. We can quote stats. There's been a lot of stats quoted. Like, the one I haven't heard is that 86% of trans and non-binary students say that laws and legislation debating their existence has harmed their mental health. So the fact that we're discussing this again already has already done harm to the community. 40% of homeless youth, a massively overrepresented group, are LGBTQ, which is why we don't out kids before they're ready, for safety. Half of trans youth consider suicide, and overall, 80% of trans people overall consider suicide. I know that some people don't like experts, but we have experts for a reason, and the experts, medical health providers, have tried everything for decades to come to the conclusion that the proper treatment for gender dysphoria is gender-affirming care. And as I just said, the high suicide ideation rate, gender-affirming care is suicide prevention. So anything that we do that compromises that care is a risk to a person's life. You are compromising life-saving care. Social transition in the form of adapting a new name, a new way of dressing, interacting a certain way, full immersion in the gender that one is considering transition into is part of that care. The policies that we passed in 2021 addressed that. The policies that we passed in 2021 was done in concert with mental health professionals and members of the community. The policy that was pushed out recklessly last year was done in conversation with political pundits and hired lobbyists. I know which experts I want to listen to regarding the health and safety of a child. So I ask this again, because we've heard all the misinformation, we've heard all the accusations, we've heard all the anecdotes to counter the statistics. We've never heard from the actual child in the question of the Sage story, Draco or Sage. Since the grandmother's gotten custody, I don't think I've ever heard that child make a public statement. We've never heard the real story around Loudoun County because the student who actually committed that crime was not identifying as transgender. So I ask again, what if we just did nothing? Leave things where they are. It's working. Leave it working. Thank you.
Justine Smith. Justine Smith. Margie Lindsay. Madam Chair. That concludes this evening's public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I want to thank everybody who spoke this evening and modeled, for the most part, civil discourse and respectful public speaking, especially for our youngest citizens who were here and taking notes, I'm sure. If you'll allow us, the board would like to take a very brief recess before we pick up again and begin the rest of our business meeting session. So we'll be 5-minute recess. Okay. Quiet, please. Thank you. Dr. Murray, would you like to give us the evening's superintendent's report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight we did have 3 presentations. Lynn Bland thankfully was able to move our model government up early so our kids could get home, do their homework, and get a good night's rest. So we are down to 2 presentations. The first is on how Matoaka High School students and staff recently came together for a day of service that they call the Big Event. Students focused on courtyard areas at Matoaka High and garden beds at Matoaka Elementary, so it was truly a community endeavor. They made a big contribution pulling weeds, trimming plants, and creating inviting spaces for classes to gather and enjoy. So this is our superintendent's meaningful moments.
So the big event is a day of service. It's an opportunity for students and staff to volunteer to give back to our local community. It's something that started on college campuses, and we thought, hey, our kids could do that. So we approached Dr. Baber and Mr. Schindler, and they were completely on board with having our students give back in this way.
So the biggest parts that we did here were the courtyards here themselves. These were kind of overgrown, and by kind of I mean pretty overgrown. You couldn't really see anything in between the bushes, anything over here. There was just a lot of brush everywhere. And so I think teachers were less likely to bring kids out here, which is the goal of having the courtyards, you know, getting your class outside for a little bit. So here we focused on these to really pull all the weeds out, get rid of all the leaves and debris, and just make it look cleaner and more put together.
Saturday morning at Matoaka High School and at Matoaka Elementary School, a group of kids, mostly seniors and juniors, split up and helped give back to the community. So here at Matoaka High School, I believe they cleaned up the courtyard out here and painted some things and made it look a lot nicer. And then at Matoaka Elementary, where I was, we went and we pulled weeds and overgrown plants out of a garden for the elementary students so that when they get back and it's a little bit warmer out, they can plant stuff. It made me feel really good afterwards because I knew that it's something that it's going to affect a lot of people, and not just the people that are here currently, but the people to come. So if you're at Matoaka Elementary School, you're going to come through and you're going to see all this. You're going to see that we clean this up. If you're here right now, hopefully you came back today and you realize that this looks a lot prettier than it had before. So it's just a good feeling to know that you're helping to contribute to something bigger.
At Matoaka Elementary, there were these overgrown garden beds, and we picked out all the weeds from them and cleaned them up so that the kids can plant new things and have a fresh start for their new science projects and things like that. Makes me feel like I'm contributing in some way. Makes it feel more family-like, even though we don't know each other. It still makes me feel better to contribute and know that I'm doing something, even if it is small, and that it can help even the slightest bit.
Like I said, Matoaka is a very tight-knit community, and so knowing that we can offer this service and do as much as we did in the short amount of time is really special. I think for the students, I am hoping that they get a sense of accomplishment.
Honestly, they were really impressive. They worked hard the whole time that they were here. If they finished a task, they were often asking, what else can I do? What can I move on to? Sharing tools pretty well, which was nice because we didn't have a ton of every single item. So they did an impressive job on staying on task and being willing to help out, especially because they don't all necessarily know each other coming into it. And you could see them like chatting while doing it, just having a good time. And it was beautiful outside, so we got to spend some time all together out there.
I think it's easy to see why Matoaka is often called the hidden gem of Chesterfield. And indeed, creating opportunities for service learning and for students to give back to their community is so very powerful. So thank you for allowing us to share. Next, we have a presentation, if he's awake, Chad Macklin, on College Career and Readiness Month. At this time, I'd like to invite him up, awake or not. Oh gosh, he's been putting out fires. I feel like that's what I've been doing.
Come on now.
Putting out fires.
Yeah.
Putting out fires. Fantastic. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Chair, Vice Chair, everybody else. We're going to start this night as we always do. I'm moving it now. Start this night with what we're all wearing, because we're not dressed ordinarily. So let's start here with Mr. Roberts. What are you wearing? Why are you wearing it?
Good morning, Wendell Roberts, School Board Counsel. I'm sorry.
Not that late, Wendell. Not that late.
I am wearing. Yeah, I am wearing Northeastern University, where I graduated from law school. That's where I'm wearing this evening.
Fantastic.
Hello, Dominique Chatters. I am wearing Morgan State University, proud HBCU alumni in Baltimore, Maryland, home of the National Treasure, if you're not aware, home of the best engineering program on the East Coast, and the best business school. So any of our future children who are interested in those fields, please let me know.
I will challenge you on the best business school because I went to Longwood College back then, now university, and I got a double major in psychology and in business.
Just wearing some clothes.
It's okay.
In true fashion, I am dressed as the mom who always forgot what Spirit Day it was. So that's
fair.
Yeah.
You wear it well.
But I attended it was not Bright Point at the time, but I attended Bright Point College, community college, and then I graduated from VCU, and I am the proud parent of a workforce, 20-year-old in the workforce, and a freshman at Longwood University.
Good evening. Universities are great. College is fantastic. However, I wanted to represent a different aspect this evening for a career, which is a military career. Having served in the United States Marine Corps for 8 years, I thought it would be a good shameless plug to get that in. But also, the Marines just celebrated their 249th birthday on Sunday. And so, also, we had quite a few years ago, a very good friend of mine, a Thomas Dale graduate by the name of Isaac Domert, who I met in the Marine Corps, and unfortunately, he's no longer with us. So I put my cover up on the dais today, twofold. One, to plug for the Marine Corps for a career, but also an ode to him. So, thank you.
Hard to follow. I went to VCU undergrad and grad, and I'm sorry, I don't like VCU swag. So this is what I have. They need to up their game, okay? And so this yellow is what I have. I'm sorry, so that's where we are. Also, I'm married to a VCU alum, and one of my children is VCU. We're Rams. We're Rams. We play basketball. That's all.
Fantastic. So thank you. To highlight College and Career Readiness Month, it's not really a month, though we recognize that's what it is. I'm here on behalf of Audra Lancaster-Boyce, the school counseling coordinator, Katie Stokes, work-based learning, and myself, just to share with you what we do about work-based learning, what we do about connecting kids to their futures, and how we help students realize their career futures, whatever they do. And I'm here wearing Old Dominion University as one of my schools, but also I'm donning
what we ask our students to do, which is to try on a career while they're with us. And so that's what I've done tonight. And so those of you that are firefighters, I'm not. And if I've done it disrespectfully, it was not an intention. It is an intention around, we ask students to try on careers with us, and that this is an entire division-wide approach that we work with. So tonight we're gonna look at just a few things, and we're not going to spend much time on this. But we do want you to understand that this is a year-long commitment. Though it's celebrated in a month, it is a year-long commitment, and that we are developing students from elementary school all the way through career fairs, through elective courses, helping students find their career passion, whether it's in chemistry, whether it's in CTE, whether it's in the arts, wherever they may find their career. We're supporting students and families. So with this, the story can best be told by others, so we're going to do that right now just for a minute.
Each November, Chesterfield County Public Schools embraces College and Career Readiness Month. That's because it's essential to help all of our students explore potential paths to the future. We want to make sure that the 4,500 students who graduate each spring are well prepared to succeed in the next part of their lives, whether they're heading to college, entering the job market, or joining the military. Of course, college and career readiness is not just for 1 month, but each November is bursting with activities designed to prepare and inspire. For example, there's our annual College and Career Fair with hundreds of universities and work-based learning partners. November is when the Chesterfield Career and Technical Center holds open houses and invites high schoolers to learn about paths that can lead to industry certifications and job connections. November is busy for 8th graders too. They explore all the careers of Central Virginia during the regional Mission Tomorrow event, and they consider applying to a specialty center or governor's school in order to explore special interests during high school. I don't have time to mention all of the career days, guest speakers, field trips, and dress-up days that make College and Career Readiness Month a whirl of opportunities focused on the future, but you probably get the picture. Chesterfield County Public Schools helps students of all ages learn about future opportunities.
We started this evening a few minutes ago with Model County, and we had two wonderful speakers who connected to wanting to work in human services and wanting to be a zoologist. Wherever students are, we want to connect them to their futures. Recently, on October 23rd, we had our College and Career Fair. We held that at Midlothian High School. We had more than 1,700 families in attendance. I can attest to that. It's a strange number because there was only 937 students registered. But even myself took my son, who is a sophomore, and my 8th grader, and my 6th grader, and my wife. And so we were all there as a family looking at the very different things that students can look for. It was great to see. I saw many of you there as well. But where students were able to see colleges all up and down the East Coast, across the country, and some global college opportunities for them, as well as career opportunities. So we're very excited about that. It has been reported that's the largest college and career fair we have had yet. So that was great there. We've also, as just mentioned, some exciting news about Mission Tomorrow, where Dr. Fry and his team transport every 8th grader, 4,800, 5,000 students over to the Raceway for Mission Tomorrow, where students from all schools are able to see careers that they may not be familiar with. We're very proud of our 28,000 work-based learning experiences last year. That's student experiences, but the investment of that of our employers was 234,000 hours of investment in our students, a real give back to our community of our businesses and what it means to be connected. And then we're very proud and honored of our 3-year senior job fair. And these are for seniors that don't have a plan for what's next. We identified them late in the year where things haven't worked out for them, working with school counseling very close. And we hold a career fair. We ask employers to come into the room. The employers have to be offering a $35,000 a year job with salary and benefits. This isn't a part-time affair, it's a full-time job affair. We're very fortunate. We've had 650 plus students hired full-time with benefits, and that number is pretty amazing, $22 million worth of investment back in our students. So we're so proud of those activities that we have as well. Here is just a smattering of what happens across the year. And we know that this is live and folks can click on these links and get more information, but it's secular, and these are the things that we're doing all the way through the year. Just recently, this past weekend, we had our Opportunities Day at the Tech Center, We had almost 2,000 students, sophomores, leave their high schools and come to the Tech Center either last Thursday or Friday. We had almost 400 parents and students come out on Saturday for a little more in-lab time, a little more one-on-one with teachers, so we're very happy about that. These are the activities that we have happening around that support our students because we have one motto. You can't be what you can't see, and how do we help students see their career futures and what's next for them? Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Thank you. Take my hat and go.
Thanks so much, Chad. Board members, any discussion?
I just want to say that I had a great time on Saturday. Coming to the open house for CTC, I did not realize exactly how many programs we actually have, and so jealous that that was not an option. I grew up in New York City. We didn't have those options, but it was so cool to watch the excitement on some of the kids' faces as they walked into the room and heard what it was about, and like they lit up, right? And their parents were excited, like he's never been this excited in a classroom before. And so what we're doing in this field, in this area, is amazing, and great job to you and your team, but it was a great experience if you hadn't had a chance.
And Ms. Chatters, we want to say thank you because you stood up to the challenge when our scheduled interpreters didn't show up for that event and interpreted for some of our Spanish-speaking families. So thank you for your contribution there. Gracias, I should have said.
Fantastic. Thank you. My last little bit is specialty centers and tech center applications close December the 6th. We encourage all families and students to apply early, and have the most opportunities they can for Chesterfield County. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Chad. Next, we have action items. Mr. Smith?
Madam Chair, board members, you have a number of action items this evening. The first one is Memo 154-24, the naming of the new West Area Middle School. The school district's 13th middle school is under construction on Westerly Parkway in the Matoka District, and formerly known as the West Area Middle School. It is scheduled to open in August 2025. School Board Policy 6160 gives the board the prerogative to name schools and identifies opportunities for public engagement in this process. Potential names for the new 1,800-student middle school were solicited from the public for 2 weeks in February, and 578 responses were submitted. Those results were provided to the school board in the April 9 business meeting. Each of the top 3 names included suggestions with Otterdale. Input received after the April meeting showed that the middle school site was once the site of Otterdale Farm that used the labor of enslaved people to grow tobacco and other crops until after the Civil War. To ensure that all students feel connected to their school, the school board returned the 578 responses the public submitted as possible names. Several people proposed Deep Creek Middle School. Deep Creek runs near the middle school and is one of the streams that flows into the Swift Creek Reservoir. The recommendation of the school board is recommended that the school board name the new middle school Deep Creek Middle School.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Board members, may I have a motion to approve Memo 154-24 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Paranto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the community. This has been a long process, but it's been a process of conversation to hear what the Matoka community and all districts and their input have to say. And the Deep Creek, I guess, body of water that runs by there. There's also Horsepen Creek and Skin Quarter. We've had numerous names given out from the members of the Matoka district, and after consideration of all names that were given, those were the top 3 that this board has settled on. And I just wanted to reiterate that this board did not seek outside sources to pay to tell us how to work through this. We worked with the community, we worked with staff, and of course we worked with each other in order to come up with names that meant something to our community. And so again, those were Deep Creek Middle School, Horsepen Creek Middle School, and Skin Quarter Middle School. Skin Quarter was immediately dismissed due to the landfill that's nearby, understanding that it has a Skin Quarter name attached to it. And so then it whittled down to two names, Deep Creek and Horsepen Creek. And a lot of the feedback given was in favor of Deep Creek. So I do appreciate the recommendation put forth for the name of Deep Creek Middle School. Thank you.
Board members, is there any other discussion? There's been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll on the motion?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The memo is approved. Next, we have memo number 155-24. Mr. Smith?
Currently, School Board Policy 5220 is written to reflect a monthly accrual of vacation leave hours to work in conjunction with our bi-monthly pay periods. The vacation leave module of work days in the design phase, and the current policy language is creating challenges with regard to how the monthly vacation leave accrual will be applied in alignment with the county government in the new single-tenant system. The revised proposed language, which may be effective July 1, 2025, would address those challenges and provide flexibility to work with the current and future systems. School Board Policy 1200 provides that, quote, if circumstances warrant immediate action on the proposed policy or regulation, the school board may suspend its rules and bring up the policy or regulation for immediate adoption following the first reading, end quote. Therefore, it's recommended the school board suspend its regular rules of policy adoption by waiving a second reading of the policy contained in this memorandum and approve following the first reading. The proposed changes have been reviewed by the school board attorney. If approved, the new policies, revisions, current policy regulations will become effective July 1, 2025. Madam Chair, you have two recommended actions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Board members, may I have a motion for the board to suspend its rules and waive second reading?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Board members, is there any discussion? Mr. Pronto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, the proposed changes, the feedback from staff, have we received that?
Yes, sir. The feedback essentially is what we're doing to look to do is to move from 24 to 26 pay periods. The request for the board is essentially they're in the phase of building the single tenant system, and certainly this is something they want to put in place, so they need the board's discretion to do that. Certainly, and I was going to address this with the next policy, but the proposal, if it passes, we would then communicate that directly with staff. I think with this particular policy in particular, there would be an impact on employees, not overall pay, but how they receive their pay, knowing that you'd be expanding the number of paychecks. Taking effect in July 1 allows us the time to communicate to staff so they could plan with that in mind.
And this is also in alignment with the new ERP, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It'll put us in alignment with the county government. So essentially, as we're building this structure, we're trying to align both county government and the school systems, different payroll systems. That will put us in alignment with them.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion? There's been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll on the motion?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. Thank you. The motion carries. Board members, may I have a motion to adopt the policies to become effective immediately? July 1.
July 1, yes, ma'am.
May I have a motion to adopt the policies effective July 1?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Board members, is there any other discussion? There has been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you call roll on this motion?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. Next, we have memo number 156-24. Mr. Smith?
Madam Chairman, board members, Chesterfield County Public Schools deducts premiums for health and dental insurance from employee paychecks on a month in advance basis. Deducting health and dental insurance premiums a month in advance helps to ensure adequate funding for health and dental insurance bills when CCPS was not self-insured and paid premiums directly to service providers at the beginning of each month. This practice has created challenges for new employees who must pay catch-up deductions to ensure current and upcoming premiums are deducted, and has been essentially impactful for entry-level employees and employees at entry grades of pay plans. The practice also creates systematic inefficiencies due to the manual processes. CCPS became self-insured on January 1, 2014, and premiums are now paid out of the Healthcare Trust Fund, eliminating the need to deduct insurance premiums a month in advance. Chesterfield County government switched from month in advance health and dental insurance deductions to current month deductions on January 1, 2023. Chesterfield County Public Schools switching to current month deductions would align our practices with county government and would facilitate the implementation of the enterprise resource planning system, as practices for this item must be the same within a single tenant system. Changing this practice in December 2024 coincides with preparing for the new planned year deductions in January. During this transition, employees will have a premium holiday in the month of December, where regular health and dental insurance premiums will not be withheld from paychecks. School Board Policy 1200 provides that, quote, if circumstances warrant immediate action on the proposed policy regulation, the school board may suspend its rules and bring the policy or regulation up for immediate adoption following a first reading, end quote. Therefore, it is recommended the school board suspend its regular rules for policy adoption by waiving a second reading of the policies contained in the memorandum and approve following the first reading. Proposed changes have been reviewed by the school board attorney. If approved, the new policies revisions will become effective immediately. I would note regarding physical impact, as the school division is self-insured, there's no direct cost associated with this transition. Our contributions to healthcare trusts would be reduced or delayed by 1 month, impacting the reserve balance, which will still be within the recommended limits. Madam Chair, you have 2 recommended actions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Board members, may I have a motion for the board to suspend its rules and waive second reading?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Board members, any discussion? There's been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you call roll on the motion?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Todd Heffron.
Aye. Thank you. The motion carries. Board members, may I have a motion to adopt the policies to become effective immediately?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Board members, any discussion? There's been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Pronto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Todd Heffron.
Aye. The memo is approved. Next, we have the discussion agenda. Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, as a result of the meeting on October 24, 2024, the Superintendent's Advisory Policy Review Committee, known as the PRC, recommends revisions to current policy and regulations as follows. Number 1, revisions to Policy 3020, selection, implementation, and evaluation of instructional methods, strategies, and programs. This policy has been updated to codify consistent practices moving forward. And the second one is revisions to Policy 4010R, standard student conduct. I'll come back to that in a second. These proposed changes have been reviewed by the school board attorney. The second reading and final school board adoption for these 2 policies would be scheduled for the next regular school board meeting. If approved that time, revisions to current policies and regulations will become effective immediately. I would note the revisions of Policy 4010-R under the Standards for Student Conduct do include a policy update with respect to new cell phone guidance. That policy itself is our Standard Student Conduct. It runs about 31 pages. So about midway through, you'll find the new cell phone guidance. Essentially, 3 things to keep in mind with this. Largely, the impact change to this would be essentially at the secondary level. But generally, what this would provide within the school division is essentially an off and away policy with regards to cell phones. There are 2 caveats that are listed in there with regards to emergencies. It does allow that until such time that there's a school division and or school defined emergency, it would allow for students to turn on and or use a cell phone or personal electronic device. It does also provide that if a communication device could be used in accordance with an IEP, which is an individualized education plan, or a 504 plan, which is a Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, or individualized healthcare plan. I also note that there's an additional exemption that could be determined if necessary by the school division and or the school principal on a case-by-case basis with regard to field trips, extracurricular activities, etc. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Board members, are there any questions?
I just want to say that the public comment that we received through emails and the ones participating in the committee to discuss the cell phone guidance. We appreciated that robust discussion. Myself and Mr. Paranto sat in on that committee, garnering ideas on what would work best in our schools. And it was good to see that we were somewhat unanimous on not banning them, right? Because we understand the world we live in, that's not realistic. I'm glad we added in the exception for healthcare, because that was something that it didn't even occur to me, but because of that conversation, it's a valid request to make sure that if I'm tracking my insulin levels on that, right, I need to use my phone. So I'm glad that we put in accommodations in there for the situations that are unique to some of our students. So I appreciated the thought that went into that. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Ms. Chatters. Mr. Pronto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to highlight, there has been conversation and discussion in the community in regards to the definition of bell-to-bell versus school bus, because the school bus is an extension of school property. So we're stating in the proposed policy that cell phones and other personal electronic communication devices should be turned off and stored in their backpacks, or they're just put away while on the school bus. And then they don't have them until they get back off the school bus. So the bell-to-bell is that really school bus to school bus?
So good question. I would note that actually within the proposed guidance here, it maintains the current posture with regards to elementary. So the current posture of elementary is that they should be turned off and stored in their backpacks. I would note within the middle school guidance, as well as the high school guidance, it says that cell phones and other personal devices may be used. So there is that caveat with regard to.
And I appreciate you pointing that out.
Yes, sir.
So bell to bell for our secondary students, bus to bus for our elementary school students.
Yes, sir, and that would maintain the current practice.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hodgins?
Thank you. Quick question. As I was reading this, I see the first violation, second violation, third violation, and that's under the high school portion. Does that apply to only high school, or is it middle and high, or I was a little...
So, good question. With regard to that, I would note that with regards to, we term them consequences, that remains the same, what we have in place for now, for both elementary, middle, and high.
Also, I noticed that in every instance, and I'm sure we have it in the past, we've had it in the past, but in every instance, we talk about inappropriate videoing on the bus. And I really appreciate that being explicitly spelled out, because that is one of the big, if we allow them to have it on the bus, that is a huge issue. So us stating that explicitly is very important. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion? I have a question. Implementing a policy in January typically presents its own operational challenges. Is there any leeway or any possibility for us to implement this either July 1 so that we can plan for this and students can learn starting with the start of the new school year?
That is a question that's been brought up recently. I think we would want to come back to the board with a recommendation with regard to that and align with sort of how that would work. Certainly there's a general concern about the notion of coming back right off of a break period to implement this immediately thereafter. I think I would like to come back to the board with a recommendation. That's a question that's come up very recently.
Great, I appreciate that you're considering that. Any other discussion for Mr. Smith? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have policy 1015 for discussion. First review of proposed revisions to current policies and regulations. I'm going to open up the floor. This is not a staff-led dialogue, so this will be a board-led discussion. So we won't have the presentation like we just had with the recommendations in the background. Get my notes. Board members, is there any discussion? Ms. Chatters?
Yes. So it's hard. I'll start with a quote, because that's what I do, right? By James Baldwin. I had a phenomenal English teacher. We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. That's where I'm coming from. I believe our current policies are working. Our families are happy. Our children are thriving. And there's 3 things that disturb me about the current proposal. The human rights aspect of it, I do believe it's a political football to say parental rights and whose rights. Because one parent's rights do not trample another parent's rights. So there's the conundrum with using that term, but it's a human right to treat people with decency and respect. Secondly, the suicide rates. I cannot imagine what it feels like to be a parent of a transgender child living in a world today with so much intolerance. So many things blown up on so many levels because of social media, things that we did not have to grow up with, right? And they're navigating that space. And I empathize with the parents who are struggling with that. But if what we're doing so far is working for you, then I'm a fan of keeping it the way that it is. And the third thing, we've heard a lot of mentions of religion and things of that nature. And I don't know if anyone's caught on, but if you notice, when it is my turn to do invocation, I don't do that, right? It is not because I don't have my own belief system, that I don't believe in God or anything like that, because I do. But I find it not my place to force what I believe on other people, right? And so I respect the fact that we all come from a different place and a different belief system, but I should not govern that way. I should not use that as the measuring stick to make you all believe the way I believe in my faith, right? Because that is a personal thing between me and whatever God I choose to believe in or how I choose to worship. So for those who are using that as their answer, I hear you, I just don't agree, right? Because I think that's a personal relationship that I should not be putting on other people. And then the last thing is that I had a debate teacher, all these teachers in my life that did so many great things. And he would tell us all the time that feelings are not facts, right? And that's not to discount how we feel. It was his way of trying to make us substantiate how you feel. Go find the data point that supports how you feel. Because if not, you're just having an emotional conversation, and we can't continue to have just emotional conversations. We need to have the hard conversations that acknowledge the facts of what is happening to this particular group of people, this particular small set of children. And if we can save 1 or 2, I don't see why we need to discuss it. Right? I don't want to be here having a moment of silence for a child that I could have done something for. So I appreciate the dialogue that we had today. I just feel very strongly that the agree to disagree is not going to work on this one, right? And I stand by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chatters. Does anybody want to discuss, talk about what the policy is or anything like that? Or any other discussion you want to, the reasoning behind it, or?
Sure. So the policy changes that are in place, I think a lot of people spoke today and this evening, brought up different points. And we heard tonight that it is
it's working. Our current policy is working. Parents are involved, and that is what is desired, right? But if you look at the way the current policy is written, it doesn't state that. It says student or parent, not and, not partnership. So that was the crux of the beginning of looking at this policy. I'll share that the revisions to this were modeled around not a carbon copy of Youngkin's model policy. We looked at Virginia Beach's model policy. We looked at comprehensive language. And again, it was not a just copy-paste from Governor Youngkin's model policy. I, too, fully appreciate and support all the comments that we received, not only this evening, but also in emails and in phone calls regarding the proposed changes. I've listened and I've listened to and I've read every single comment that has been received, and I 100% agree. All children need to feel safe, respected, valued in our society and in our schools. That part is not in question at all. But public schools also need to have a partnership with their parents, and the policies need to reflect this. So with the review policy process, this is first review, it's discussion. Over the next month, I'll continue to read comments, receive feedback, and obviously vote would be forthcoming next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coker. Any other comments? I have a few questions if I could ask board members that may be able to answer. Looking at the proposed policy, I have my first question. There's a First Amendment citation, and the citation indicates forbids government actors from requiring individuals, including children in public schools, to adhere to or adopt particular ideological beliefs. How is that applicable to this policy? Why is it included in the policy? It's Section 2, First Amendment, related laws per Virginia Department of Education, First Amendment of the United States Constitution.
That came, this Section 2 came directly from the model policy from the Virginia Department of Education. So one of the things that I think this conversation right now is benefit, it would benefit. If this is irrelevant, I think we strike it. If it doesn't, if it's not
if it's not applying to our policy, then I don't think it needs to be
agree.
there. Yeah.
I agree. I think that's a part of the conversation.
All right.
That needs to happen.
So, and then there's a citation of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, which cites Troxel versus Granville, that identified this quote claims that the Supreme Court's holding characterized the parent's rights to raise his or her child as perhaps the oldest of the fundamental liberty interests organized by this court. That is a quote from the holding of the Supreme Court, but that is not what that, it's a mischaracterization of what that case was about. That case was about the state being able to override parent objections regarding non-custodial visitation rights, and using that quote out of context is misleading and misrepresentative of the holding in that case. And I recommend we strike that language.
Respectfully, Madam Chair, I don't think any government has the right to tell a parent how to raise their child and what they should or should not do. And so the Supreme Court has characterized a parent's right to raise their child. I understand the quote being taken out of context, but at the same time, the schools may not essentially tell a parent that you don't have the right to be involved in your child's education in regards to anything that they're doing inside the school. My child belongs to me. My child does not belong to Chesterfield County Public Schools. And so having any person tell me as a parent that my child at school, I should not be informed or a part of, violates my rights as a parent. And so I don't believe that this is out of context as much as it is as a reminder to honor that relationship. And as Ms. Coker just recently stated, the partnership between the parents and the schools.
It's still a mischaracterization and taken out of context of the finding of the U.S. Supreme Court, and I'm surprised that we're not including the most fundamental rights that are afforded by the 14th Amendment, right? Equal access under the law. I mean, that's the most fundamental right, and that we're pulling some super obscure, so I don't think it needs to be there. If we want to include citation of the 14th Amendment, I think that we should stick with our citation that we have in our original policy. But I'm willing to table that. There's more. All right, my question is section 3A. So section 3A, bullying, harassment, and discrimination, Chesterfield County.
Before you begin on that one, no changes were made to that from our current policy that I recall.
There were language changes.
Not from section 3. But we can, I mean, obviously we can.
We
always
changed
revise.
using transgender status to perceived gender identity status, and I was wondering why we changed that language.
We use gender identity because we felt that was more inclusive. Transgender is, gender identity includes a wider range, like non-binary, et cetera. And so I felt in 2021 that was okay, but now there are more under that umbrella, and so that's why we broadened that terminology.
I think the objection might be to the word perceived that is preceding it. So if you want to use gender affirming because it's more all-encompassing, that's a different conversation, but to put the word perceived in front of it would imply that it is not what they say it is, right? And that's the language that you're saying it's supposed to be more inclusive, but using the word perceived in front of it, it's not as inclusive as you just described that you wanted it to be.
Right. It says actual or perceived. There are instances of individuals, I don't really want to do this right here, but there are instances of individuals, not here, perceiving themselves to be things other than what might be, I don't know, right now I'm thinking of a cat. I've seen a cat, right? So we're not going down that road, certainly. And that's not what this is talking about, but I want to, that's where this could be encompassing, I think.
I like the gender affirming.
I do too, yes.
I'm asking about the perceived. And if your intent is to acknowledge the child, right, and give parental rights, then acknowledge the child completely and don't interpret for them. And it reads like I'm interpreting for them. You perceive yourself to be this today. You might perceive yourself to be something else tomorrow. That's how it reads. So if it's not intended to read that way, then we change the language to meet what you described, which was supposed to be an all-encompassing language and not singling out language, right? So correct me if I'm wrong, Dot, that was what one of the pieces you were pointing at with the perceived, yes.
My next questions involve section 5A. These are more operational questions. I'd like to kind of, for staff, figure out what this is going to look like. Section 5A, at the request of a student to be called something other than A, the name appearing on the student's official record, B, a nickname that the eligible student or the parent of a minor student has designated in the student's official record, parents are to be notified in writing. What does that look like? Who is responsible for notification? And how do we ensure this practice is implemented? And how do we ensure that this practice is implemented without discrimination of transgender and non-binary children? So what does it look like when, do we have a system? When a student is requesting to be called something other than the name appearing in their official record or an already identified nickname. So when a student, when we go through the roster and we say David and the student says, I want to be called Dave, what does that look like?
Correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but we do have in parent view the option for the nickname. So parents can go in to parent view and put in what their nickname is for their child, or preferred name, nickname, preferred name. I know I did that when my child was NCCPS. One, it makes it easier for the teacher to know the preferred name, that if it is a shortened name of their given name. And I feel like as a parent, that's my responsibility to help communicate that to the teachers.
So that's an opt-in. So the teacher cannot call the student Dave until or unless the parent changes the nickname. But how do we tell the parent that the student is, do we tell the parent that the student is requesting to be called Dave?
In an effort to allow parents the opportunity to know what's going on, we've heard from parents who have that opportunity, and I think that it is important for all parents to have the opportunity. The way that we can do this that is compassionate and kind to everyone is to allow everyone who has a name change, like your name in Synergy is William, you go by Will. There is a boilerplate, just an email that ding, it goes out every single person, so that the parent is notified that their child is asking to be called something different than what is in Synergy. It is incumbent then upon the parent to ask the child what that would be. So that is where the parent is brought into that conversation.
So then I have concerns about that being in violation of the Code of Virginia that protects students from, it protects students from having to, if they're in a situation where they could be, right.
That's
It's,
that's there.
the
That's
Code of Virginia 22.1, 2272.1 requires anybody licensed as administrative or instructional personnel. However, if the student has indicated that the reason for being at imminent risk of suicide relates to parental abuse or neglect, this contact shall not be made with the parent. Instead, the person shall, as soon as practicable, notify the local Department of Social Services. But if a student doesn't, because it's day one and they don't have a relationship with that teacher yet and they don't feel comfortable telling the teacher that they don't feel safe at home, but they do feel comfortable saying, call me Will, how do we protect our students with that provision if we're sending an automatic email?
That's a good question.
I mean,
Yeah.
like these are real things that our staff has to implement, and we have to give them clear direction. And this is very squishy. This whole policy is very, very squishy and not direct or clear. As far as I'm reading it, maybe other folks can read it better, but it just feels very not directed. So what do we do? What does that look like? Okay.
Well, I think we're doing exactly what we should be doing. We're having the conversation about what does this mean for our kids, for our schools, for our parents, for our community. I think this is exactly what we do. Right. We work through it as a board because we want to ensure that everyone that spoke tonight has a passion. And their passion is protect my child, whether you believe on this side or whether you believe on this side, right? And our job is to figure out something extremely difficult. How do you make that work? How do you make it work so that our parents are informed and not neglected or feel left out? How do you make that work so that a child who is trying to figure out, is this me? Who am I? Or I'm very confident of who I am and this is the road I'm going down, is fostered and respected and nurtured? That is the challenge this board has. And so the current policy 1015 leaves parents out of it. It does state in the current policy 1015 that if we ask, then we will be given information. And that is not right. We should not have to ask. It is our child. The school should be reaching out. Now, if the child expresses concern because, you know, I'm afraid of my parents, then that's covered in this. And our counselors acknowledge that and are able to respond to that appropriately. But we have...
Their parents have opted them out of counseling.
I'm sorry?
Not if their parents have said that you can't go to the counselor.
And that's that's what parents
And so
are
then
there
an
to
abusive
choose
parent,
from.
so a child, that's what I'm saying, so then we have a child who may be in a dangerous situation at home, who's now having an automatic letter generated home to say your child wants to be called Will, and then we're saying, go see your counselor, you haven't built any relationships with anybody today because it's day one of school, and we're asking a student to tell on the first day that they met a new adult that...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Who's asking?
I'm asking, we're asking, this policy is asking a student to, it's incumbent on the student to tell a stranger on the first day that they've met that they don't feel safe at home. That's a big ask. It's a really big ask for somebody who's...
Well, I can tell you, as a victim of parental abuse growing up, I had no problem on day one going to my school and saying, I'm afraid to go home, because it was that bad at home. So I understand your concern, but if it's that bad at home, I truly believe, because I lived it myself, that child is going to ask for help.
So I think
I've had different experiences, but I think we need to...
So the difference is, I respect your different experiences. I do. But just because your experiences are different doesn't negate my experiences.
I'm absolutely validate your experience, and I'm sorry that you had, or any child had to go through that. But I think what we have to do is look at this and really figure out what this is going to look like, because we keep coming into these loops where I see that there's places where we're not standing in the gap for the kids. And so I want to fix that.
Well, I hear you. We have counselors. They're doing their jobs. We have social services. They're doing their jobs. We have a police department. They're doing their jobs.
Some of this limits their ability to do their jobs. We heard from some counselors today that expressed that implementing the revised proposal will limit what a counselor can do. So for the child who's in a dangerous situation, and it's based on gender, now I can't have the conversation because it's about gender, so now I have to just watch that child struggle, right? Where if you believe that the counselor is there to help, then we need to remove the restriction so they can continue to help. The policy is very narrow in the sense that it puts restrictions on what the counselor can do, because, you know, if we're oversharing today, right? So I grew up in a household that wasn't the best either, and you're limiting where my access is, right? Because if fear is very powerful, so as much as I know that if I tell the police officer he's going to help me, what if he doesn't? What if I still have to go home? What if, you know what I'm saying? Like those things, the way we think about things when we were younger is not how this generation is thinking about things. And we just have to approach them differently than how we grew up. Give them what you did not have. That's how I'm looking at it. Give them what I did not have so that there's less likelihood that something tragic happens. Like we cannot dismiss the fact that the suicide rates are higher for them. We already have mental health challenges going on in our schools. Our social worker, we had a presentation with the bubbles, right, that showed the percentage of the workload for our social workers now, then it went it did this for these are the ones with mental health issues. And it's like, oh my gosh, that's one person. Why would we want to exacerbate a problem that we already are having trouble with? I just feel like, especially right now, like there's no reason to change these things. And some of the nuances that Dot is pointing out, you're speaking like you care, and I hear it in your voice, but the language doesn't support what you're saying. Like I hear, you're saying all the right things. We need to be there for the kids. We need to make sure our job is not to make parents good parents. That's not our job, right? And as much as we don't want to acknowledge that elephant in the room, some parents are crappy parents, right? And we have to be the ones that are in the gap for the crappy parents, for the parent that's not willing to accept their child right now. One of the counselors that spoke about the wraparound services that they're able to offer when the child is ready. We give the child and the family, I don't remember the name of the counselor, I have it in my notes, the child and the family can go to counseling together. We are keeping the family together. We're giving them an opportunity to have that conversation when the most vulnerable one is ready to have that conversation. It is so, like I hear y'all, I said what I had to say earlier, so I wasn't trying to interrupt y'all, but it just sounds like you're coming from a place of passion for protecting the kids. If you can just get your mind out of the fact that we're denying parents information, that is not true. So for example, if you wanted to send an email every month, if you wanted to send an email every month to your school counselor to ask the question, you could do that. Right? Automatic, 1 November. Hi, did my child ask for anything different this month? 1 December. We're not isolating, we're not hiding information, we're not telling our children to lie to their parents. That's not what's going on in our schools, and that's a very ugly misrepresentation of what's happening, because that's not true. It's encouraging.
Then what I ask is that our policy reflect practice, because right now our policy doesn't reflect practice. The word choice in our policy now does not reflect practice.
So speak plainly for me, Ann. What you're saying is that there are teachers who are deliberately telling their children to, okay, so what do you mean by practice?
What I'm saying is, if we're saying that we are bringing in parents into the conversation, then our policy needs to say that that is what is happening. And right now, it says student or parent.
We're saying the same thing, except I'm saying it's initiated by the student. It has to be initiated by the student for their protection.
I'm sorry to interrupt. In section 6 of our policy, 1015, existing policy, school record, in situations where school staff is required to use or report a transgender student's legal name or sex assigned at birth, sorry, this is not, I highlighted it, it's not relevant. But in section 6, we have the phrase, upon the request of a student and parent.
And go up to student identification.
That's for, shall allow students to assert a name and gender pronouns that reflect their gender identity without any substantiating evidence. School staff shall, at the request of a student or parent, address the student using the asserted name and pronoun that correspond to their gender identity, which means that a student can say, call me Will. And we're saying that's not, like, you gotta call Dot Dorothy. You have to. I mean, I don't know that, but if you're gonna write my name in the yearbook as Dot, you have to talk to the parents, and I think that's fair. If my son was gonna be Luke in the yearbook and on his, diploma, all the official documents, I wanna be a part of that conversation because that's not the name I gave him. But if his teacher and friends wanna call him Luke, go nuts.
And
Why do I care?
And I think 100% on the records, 100%, and I'm okay with that piece of it. It is the part about knowing that my child is being called something completely different than I know about at home.
So kids get nicknames, they get schoolyard nicknames all the time.
No, it's not just an average nickname.
So then that's the thing. So we need to identify, that was part of my
Let me say something on this. This has not been said. So we are
many parents spoke here tonight, and I think we appreciate your heartfelt words. You touched us, and we heard you. And you see, this is so uncomfortable, but it is necessary, and we appreciate your patience as we navigate this in public as needs to happen. So there were parents that came up and they said, the policy is working. I navigated this with my children. And my child and my family, we were able to walk through this. The school was wonderful, surrounded, welcomed. It was beautiful. This child that is a fragile person is thriving. I was a teacher for almost a decade. I taught every type of child imaginable. I loved every single child. They were welcomed in my classroom. I called them whatever they wanted to be called. I did not care. So that's there. And if you find any of them, they will say that. What we're missing here is we are othering these parents who somehow all of these parents that don't know that their child is going through this. They don't know it. Well, in order for them to understand and to be able to walk through this with their child, we have to let them know. We have to share that. Withholding that information could do incredible damage. And so let's figure this out. What, Ms. Heffron, what you were talking about, that saying the nickname of everyone and having that boilerplate email, that email go home on day one, I understand that whole. I saw that. I don't know how to navigate this. There are parents who need to know. And they will do it with kindness and compassion. I know these people. We know these people. So it's not always the case, guys, but it is sometimes.
I would just respectfully, we heard from parents who identified as being parents of transgender, non-binary children, and the folks that we heard in support of this policy revised language. There were a lot of hypotheticals, there were a lot of situations, but I didn't hear from anyone who said this was my child's experience, was that their identity and preferred pronouns were kept from me. So I didn't hear any of that. It's not in any of the emails that we've received. It's not in any of the public comments that we've received. So that's where I'm basing this on the experience of the parents that are coming to us saying, this is my child's lived experience.
I hear that and I stand with that. I understand that. But all of those parents are aware of what their child is going through, and they get the privilege of navigating that with them.
We're making the assumption.
Comments are only from the podium.
We're making the assumption that those parents found out on day one, right? So what I'm saying is that's not the story, right? So the child went to a teacher.
Comments to the board may be only made from the podium.
The child goes to the teacher, hey, my name is Dominique, I want you to call me Dom. Okay, no, nothing goes to the parent, teacher calls me Dom all the time. Then I get comfortable, and I'm like, you know what, I think I want to say something to my parents. And they're like, okay, cool, this is how you might want to have that conversation. You ready? Okay, fine. So then I bring my parent in, and wow, I got lucky. My parents are open-minded. They're embracing it. We're going to the guidance counselor together. The assumption is that all of the parents who spoke about their actual transgender child, that they knew immediately. That's not the case. They were also, quote unquote, in the dark, right? Their child found a safe space to figure it out and then bring them in. My concern is that every parent is not gonna react like the ones that spoke today. And so it's like 0.5% of people that we're talking about, that we're sitting here going back and forth about who should say what to who. If our current policy says all you have to do is ask and we will tell you, why change anything? We are not, again, in the business of making parents be good parents. That is not what we're supposed to be doing. I understand you're saying that we're keeping parents out of the relationship with their children. No, your relationship with your child starts at home. If you did not build an environment of trust and compassion and empathy, then they're not gonna speak to you. That is not our teachers and our guidance counselors' responsibility to force relationships with parents and children. They're supposed to be a place where they can learn. And if I can make you less afraid, then you will learn. If I can show you a safe space, then you can learn. That is what we're supposed to be doing. And I am terrified that if we change something, we will be having a moment of silence. And I don't understand why we have to go around and around when we have no factual data to support that our policy is harming an actual student in our schools today. We don't.
Over and over again, I hear both Madam Chair, yourself, and Ms. Chatters dismiss our parents. When you say that the teachers do not have to communicate with the parent,
Don't misquote me, Mr. Paranto. That is not what I said.
I respectfully disagree. When you are implying that the child can come to school, share information with a teacher, and nothing is said back home, you're excluding the parent. And that's where I disagree.
My concern lies in the gap between identifying a nickname and a parent is going to be notified. So what does that look like? Who's responsible for notification? And how do we ensure that that practice is implemented equally?
So how do we bridge that gap?
Right. And knowing that we do have that protection in here that's covered by Virginia Code, where if a student expresses concerns about safety at home, how do we ensure that we aren't sending an automated email to a parent who is unsafe?
So
I'm not excluding parents, and I think that is definitely a mischaracterization of the way that I feel and the engagement that I've encouraged in the school division. But my question is, how do we keep kids safe using this policy? And so far, it's just been, like, we don't know. So I think we need to really figure that out. How do we keep kids safe in this policy?
I think it's twofold. How do you keep kids safe? And how do you ensure parents are engaged? And that right there, Ms. Chatters, is why I said what I said. As soon as I said keep parents engaged, you rolled your eyes and looked away. Respectfully, Ms. Chatters, we should always include our parents with the decisions that we're making.
First of all, please do not misquote me. That's one thing you're not going to do, okay? I never said parents should be involved. If you talk to my community, you will see the first question I ask everyone when I'm in a room: how many of you have joined your PTA? That is my first question. How many of you have read to a child in a library? My second question. Because I believe in parent engagement. What I don't believe in is jeopardizing students' lives at the sake of a parent who might be dangerous. You don't know that. You don't know who the dangerous parent is. We don't know who that is.
No, but don't categorize me as a dangerous parent.
Okay, you know what?
Because
you can't have a conversation if you're going to
We have to bridge this gap. That's what we're trying to do.
Misrepresent my
Board members,
comments.
we're not going to talk over each other.
Do not misrepresent my comments, Mr. Paranto. I'm saying that we, as school board members, cannot look at a person and say, yes, you're a safe parent. Yes, you're a dangerous parent. We cannot make that decision. I don't know what kind of skills you have. That is not my skill set. I cannot look at a person and say, oh yes, it'll be safe to tell you all of these things, and you're going to react the right way. That is not my skill set. And what I'm saying is that is the percentage of people that we need to be concerned about. If we're caring about the kids, like all of us are saying up here, then we should be caring about their home life as well. And unless we know, we cannot. It is unsafe for us to reveal that information. But our current policy does allow, send an email, Mrs. Chatters, set one up every month, first of the month. Ask your guidance counselor a question. Ask your teacher a question. That is currently what our policy will allow for them to do. Has my child asked you to call them something else? Send. Next month, has my child asked you to call them something else? Send. And we're protecting the children. Parents can get the information if they ask for it. It is a win-win the way we currently have it. We're not isolating them.
Can you explain to me the difference between a parent asking, has my child asked you to call them something else? The teacher says yes. That parent's a dangerous parent. What's the difference?
The teacher didn't out the student. The trust was not violated. I did not lie to your parent. Your parent asked me a question, and I told them the truth.
So why is that not the stance up front?
That is what our current policy has right now. I don't understand what you mean, the stance up front.
Meaning, no, our current policy is you have to ask.
That's what you just described. I agree with the scenario you just described, that the parent asked the teacher, and the
that's the-
teacher responded with yes.
That's the current policy.
Correct.
Right. But what I'm asking is, what is the difference between that information being disclosed to the parent because they asked versus the teacher engaging with the student or the counselor engaging with the student and that information being relayed back to home?
So if the parent is asking the question, that shows engagement. The parent is engaged. If you're asking me, your child's teacher, your child's counselor, how is my child performing, or what's going on with my child, has my child asked you to call them something different, you're engaging, right? If we could put a read receipt on the emails that go out every Sunday from every principal and teacher on who's reading things that we send out, it would be embarrassing. It would be embarrassing, honestly. Right? I get 4 of those. I got 4 kids. It would probably be embarrassing, right? So it's not about forcing information down to the parent. It's the information is available if you request it. That keeps the child safe because the child knows if your parent calls me and asks the question, I will tell them the truth. I will say that Dominique did ask me to call her a different name. Please talk to Dominique about what that name is. And now I'm fostering the conversation with the family. And I still maintain the trust of the student so they know they can still come to me because I didn't out them. I did not lie to your parents. That is not my job. I'm not lying to your parents. If they ask me a direct question, I'm going to tell them the truth. It gives parent engagement and child safety at the same time. Like,
We have a similar practice in place for when we addressed parents' concerns regarding library checkouts. Parents were able to opt into a checkout alert. When your child, you can get an email anytime your kid checks out anything from Clifford the Big Red Dog to something you might absolutely object to. But you're going to be able to see what books your child is checking out from the library if you opt in, if that's something that you want to come into your email world. An opt-in, counseling. That's because we look, guys, we're on Section 3, and it's like, I'm super tired.
Ms. Chatters, can I just say one thing about counseling?
Sure.
Ms. Chatters, you suggested something I thought was really great about the counseling at one time, about the opting in, allowing again, boilerplate, hey, it's an opt-in email that goes out in the beginning of or opt out, whichever way, what the school counselors are, what you're comfortable with them talking about. And so that's a way that covers that. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for ways not to help parent, but just that they're covered, that they have a voice. And I thought that was a good suggestion.
So let me clarify the suggestion. It was if we were forced to take on this policy, because at this moment, I'm not a fan. But if I was going to, because I'm outnumbered, try to meet in the middle somewhere of what would be somewhat acceptable. It was, since we opt out for books, like Ms. Heffron just illustrated, if there was a list of topics you would prefer your child not engage in a conversation without you, right? Like family life, right? We can opt in or out of family life. If the topic is something you prefer your child not engaging with a counselor without you, then you could opt them out of that conversation. But what I did not take into consideration until tonight when the guidance counselor spoke is that if my child's being sexually harassed and one of the things you opted out of is anything related to gender, they can't help my child with the sexual harassment because it's about you're sexually harassing me because I'm a girl and you like girls or whatever the case may be. There's so many different scenarios that we would have to make it very specific on what it was they would be opting in or out of if we were going to give them a checklist of things that is allowable for the counselor to talk about.
Just counseling in general, because I think that's when in Section 7, that's an option as well. That at the request, no, Section 7, and that's all about counseling. That a parent can basically opt their child out of counseling, withdraw their child from counseling anytime. So yeah, if we could identify that maybe by topic or counseling in general, but knowing that if a parent removes their child from counseling services, that includes college services, schedule planning. Well, that's how it's written. It says a student may be withdrawn from individual counseling at any time. This request must be in writing from the minor student's parents. So that if that's not the intent, then that needs to be tighter. You would have to spell that out. Exactly. Spell it out. Type of things. That they can't go to, I mean, if this is what it sounds like to me, is that they can't go to the counseling office.
Again, just to remind what the process is, this is first read, right? What we're doing right here is what we're supposed to be doing regarding policy revision. What I would like to propose, and yes, I mean, we can continue our dialogue, and definitely if you have more questions on
I've
your
got
list.
4 pages of questions, Anne. So we're on 3. I've got, I mean, like and I'll just tell you, I mean, these are my questions, right? Like section, or excuse me, sorry, we're on section 5. Section 5B through D, inadvertent or mistaken use of a name, nickname, or pronoun not listed in the student's official record will not constitute discrimination or harassment if the school administration determined that there was no ill will. Goes on to say reasonable efforts will be made to inform the person not using the student's designated name. My questions are, what matrix will an administrator use to objectively determine the intent of a teacher misnaming a child, and what constitutes reasonable efforts? What does that look like in practice? I mean, these are real questions. These are real people. We have to have answers to this.
Can I go back to my proposal that I didn't finish?
Go ahead, Anne.
Is that we work with Sean, sorry, Mr. Smith, since we're in the business meeting, to help answer and craft a collective policy here. That's a proposal that I would.
My understanding is that this is completely board-led initiative and that we are not engaging staff on this.
Okay.
That was when I was.
Why would we not engage staff for feedback?
On operational issues?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. Some of these questions that you have in here that you've read in these last couple items are operational questions. I think you led with have some operational questions.
So you want the staff
To
to
help answer.
determine how to execute the
I would like to have
proposal
that conversation.
that the proposals that members of this board came up with to execute the plan.
To have a dialogue around how this is functional.
That
I think,
that doesn't,
would you, I mean,
I understand what you're trying to say. If you're saying, I feel uncomfortable with that, only because it puts our staff in a awkward position, right? You're asking them to find a way to support this, or to tell us that this is not supportable? Is that what you're looking for?
Again, based on our dialogue here, I think collectively, there's some board members that have some questions about the operational procedure. We talk about those, and then we figure out a way, along with staff members, to see how this can work.
But I would think that if the proposal was developed by 2-3 people from the board, then the operational impact was something that was considered when you came up with the proposal.
I will share that it was asked, and I was not told that this was not operational. Was not able to be, I was told.
Operationalized?
Correct. Thank you. Finish that word for me.
That
That there were no concerns with how to put this forth. That is what I was told.
So if staff doesn't have concerns, I still do. We have section 6B, C. There's a little bit of a confusion. These two paragraphs seem to contradict each other. So under school records, section B says, schools shall change a student's name and gender designation upon verification or submission of a legal document such as a birth certificate, state or federal issued identifications, passport, or court order. Records of former students may also be reissued with submission of legal documents. But then C indicates upon the request of a student and parent, students shall use the requested name and gender on other school records or documents. So this is saying that a student both needs to have a legal document and it can be done upon request of a student and parent. So I don't know which procedure is being proposed under school records. B and C. No, yeah, okay. So B. They contradict each other. B says that a student needs to have a legal document to have their name change, their designated change. But then C says upon the request of a student and parent, students shall use the requested name and gender on other school records or documents. So both of those can't be true. And I recommend removing 6B and allowing the language of 6C to stand to clear up that. See, I can make recommendations too. I can be a problem solver. Right? My other concerns, section 7A through C. This regards counseling. After a counselor meets with a student, regardless of the reason, the counselor will need to contact the minor student's parents to inform them of the reason for the counseling session. So my questions are, what does that look like for our counselors who are already managing enormous caseloads? And how does this practice, oh.
So sorry, I thought you were finished.
Oh, no, I got that. I always got 3 questions.
I'm sorry.
Like the wizard at the bridge. What does that look like for our counselors who are already managing enormous caseloads? How does this practice impact counseling capacity in our schools? And how does this align with school counseling best practices, as I believe we heard from a school counselor earlier?
I, too, had that concern, and I asked staff, and I was told that they already do send a note home whenever they meet with students. So that was my understanding. But if not, I think it's undue.
So if they are, then I guess then that we can strike that language, if that's already practice?
In practice, I was going to say that does not happen all the time. Got 4 kids, so they call me when they think something is going, if my child expresses things that are dangerous to the child, right? That's when they call me. If my child is having big emotions, I don't get a phone call to tell me that you spoke to my child about big emotions, or you know, she had an opportunity to sit in the quiet corner to get herself together and then come back to class. I don't get a phone call every time that happens, or an email every time that happens. I take that as a level of trust that I have with my counselors that are like, okay, Mrs. Chatters needs to know about this because I've established a relationship with my schools just as a concerned parent. I'm engaged, right? And so they know. I have 2 kids that have big emotions. It's gonna happen, right? You don't have to tell their mom on them every time they have big emotions. Now, if the big emotions are out of control and they saying harmful things, or then I get the phone call, I get an email, somebody's trying to find the parent, because that's the job of the counselor. But to give them an opportunity to self-regulate without telling mom, that is how they grow. So I don't get the notification every time that my child speaks to the counselor, only when it's imminent that they think someone or the child is in danger.
I'm not trying to be a ball hog here, but I'm on, actually I skipped section 8, so you're welcome. Section 9 and 10. So basically, well, let me see if it was section 9 and section 10. Section 9, it's the, yeah, that is covered under VHSL. That's outside of our capacity. My recommendation is to strike that language of participation in athletics or activities separated by sex. It's outside of our, I mean, it's not governed by our policies. It's in section 9 at the bottom in a like a subheading.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So VHSL, so if you have intramural sport at the school, VHSL sanctions that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it's outside of my scope. No, Dr. Murray? An intramural sport is a school-based sport. Right.
So before striking that, I think further conversation would need to be had then, since it's not VHSL sanctioned.
Okay.
And you would need to change it to say intramural sports.
But I
So we
think
can
that
be more
that's-
specific then, if that's what you're.
I'm sorry, Ms. Chatters, I think that's addressed in section C above. For any school program, event, or activity, including extracurricular activities that are separated by sex, the appropriate participation of students shall be determined by student's sex as designated in the student's official record. Wouldn't that cover intramural? Yes. Yeah. And then I had a question about, I feel like this is very like personally attacked. Single sex or single gender activities or programs should not be based on generalizations or stereotypes about different talents, capacities, or preferences of any sex or gender. My board members, are we proposing to eliminate powder puff football? I mean, that's
We just took that. I believe that we
that's
took,
section 9B.
wait, 9.
Single sex or single gender activities or programs should not be based on generalizations or stereotypes about different talents, capacities, or preferences of any sex or gender.
So
What does that look like? What,
I think what that means, or what I took that to mean, would be, like, I heard from a parent who was very uncomfortable having the conversation, but he said, my daughter's 5th grade, and that's when the kids are separated for the sex ed talk, I guess. And there was a student who, so it's his daughter's class, and there was a student who was a transgender girl in there. And he was saying, listen, we're welcoming this child, and we, there was no bullying or anything, but because they had been in school with that student for the entirety, and now they're in the 5th grade, he was just letting me know, listen, I'm not comfortable talking about this, but my child was extremely uncomfortable, had questions, didn't ask questions. And so in that regard, that child is not going to have the issues that were discussed in that classroom. And so that, when I read this, that's what that's referring to. Something pretty specific to me. And so it's not just, oh, powder puff. I don't care if whoever wants to play on powder puff. So it's not that, I think.
if that's not to be included, I think we need to tighten up that language.
Okay.
And then section 10 addresses restrooms, locker rooms, accommodations for overnight trips. My understanding is that the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the lower court's decision that children should have the right to access the restroom or any other facilities that align with their gender identity. Particularly binding for us as we are in the Fourth Circuit. So this is it's unenforceable. So I don't know that we need to have that, an unenforceable mandate in our policy. Just food for thought.
We have, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but there is a caveat right here where law requires such modifications. I mean,
the law does require
clearly.
accommodations. So
Right, so I mean, it's just saying this and then.
You can say anything and then like, oh, what the law, or whatever's within the law. And then my last comment and question, I guess, is by changing, so in section 11, professional development and training, we changed the language from all school mental health professionals shall be trained annually on topics relating to LGBTQ+ students. And that language was changed in the revised language to, quote, shall be trained annually on health and mental wellness support to and safety of all students. Is this policy recommendation to cease training for counselors on how to support LGBTQ+ students?
I would think it would be inclusive of all of them. That was my understanding, and maybe we need to specify that, but
Yeah,
more inclusive.
to exclude that.
Because when we say that, like it's like all, then it's, like kind of saying how to homogenize everyone. And I think LGBTQ students and a lot of other marginalized students have special counseling needs that we don't want to overlook with language that may be misinterpreted in our policy.
So we can't just keep the same language we already had? The policy is for the treatment of gender identity. So it would make sense that if we're talking about professional development in that policy, that the training would be on gender identity, right? Did I miss something?
Anybody else have any questions? No? All right. Well, I appreciate the,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
not a
Pronto.
question, but I do want to address Mrs. Chatters. I want to understand, and I don't want to quote you because I don't remember exactly what you said. I was with the impression of what you had previously stated, that you were dismissing parents. And if that was not the case, that was how I perceived it. And so I just want to clarify that that was not your intent. But my understanding was different. And so I appreciate you explaining that and clarifying that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Sorry, guys. I got one more. So I've listened to members of this board speak with empathy and with a sense of urgency in regards to recent data on the state of mental health in our school-aged children. And I'm struggling to understand our cognitive dissonance between supporting increased mental health supports in our schools and the procedural changes that are highlighted in this policy. Now, certainly, members of this board do not support only preventing suicide among non-LGBTQ+ students, so I'm baffled as to how and why this policy can be supported by board members. These following studies and outcomes that were reported by the Trevor Project. And we've heard a lot of numbers today, but suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people aged 10 to 14, and the third leading cause of death among 14 to 24-year-olds. That's Centers of Disease Control and Prevention 2022. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning young people are at significantly increased risk. Transgender and non-binary young people face elevated risk for depression, thoughts of suicide, and attempting suicide compared to those who are cisgender and straight, including cisgender members of the LGBTQ+ community. A 2020 peer-reviewed study by the Trevor Project's researchers published in the Journal of Adolescent Health found that transgender and non-binary youth were 2 to 2.5 times as likely to experience depressive symptoms, seriously consider suicide, and attempt suicide compared to their cisgender LGBT peers. LGBTQ plus young people are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. The Trevor Project estimates that more than 1.8 million LGBTQ plus young people ages 13 to 24 seriously contemplate suicide each year in the United States, and at least one attempts suicide every 45 seconds. The Trevor Project's 2023 U.S. National Survey on the Mental Health of LGBTQ Young People found that 41% of LGBTQ plus young people seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including roughly half of transgender and non-binary youth. In particular, Black, transgender, and non-binary young people report disproportionate rates of suicide risk, with 58% seriously considering suicide and 1 in 4 attempting suicide in the past year. Sorry, that's a lot. The policy that's been presented, I believe, is bad for kids, and this board has overwhelmingly heard from stakeholders that the existing policy is working for their family. Transgender children are being supported in Chesterfield. I am happy to continue having this conversation and having discussions about this policy until we can, get it to a point where the questions and concerns are filled. But I personally see no reason for us to revise our existing policy 1015, and just, it's working for families, and I think that we should leave it as it is. But that's where I am with that. Okay. Any other? Yes.
I do have one more thing. The only reason that we would want to revise this is to capture those students who, as you said, are struggling, and every person up here has a heart for them. And so a families are surrounding, we've heard families. These families are surrounding these kids. And so we want to make sure that these kids and their parents know about it so they can navigate this with them. I think that we have to figure out how to do that. And so I don't necessarily think we're there yet. But I think that would be the reason. That would be the reason, in my estimation, of why we would continue to look at this policy.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Any other discussion? All right, thank you for very good discussion, and we will be revisiting that, I'm sure, in December. Next, we have items for board review. Madam Clerk, would you please read the items for this evening?
Madam Chair, tonight's agenda includes the following items for board review. Number 1, Magisterial District Improvement Funds, FY 2025. Number 2, FY 2025 September Expenditures versus Appropriations. Number 3, Budget Change Request Summary across categories, September 2024. Number 4, Board Committee Reports. Number 5, Pre-K Update, September 2024. Number 6, Draft 2025 School Board Meeting Calendar. Number 7, Report on the Supplemental Retirement Program from Employees of Chesterfield County Public Schools. Number 8, FY 2025 Financial Reports for the quarterly period ending September 30th, 2024. Number 9, FY 2026 Budget Calendar. And number 10, Memo number 158-24, FY 2025 Grant Changes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dr. Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to congratulate everyone in the room. I believe this is a record, 1137 and counting, so we're all winners on the same team there. I do want to thank all of the speakers this evening, but in particular our students who had the courage to come out and speak, Penelope, Vivian, and Addison. A handful of updates, acknowledgments, and clarification for the board and anybody who is still awake watching in from home or will fast forward to this riveting portion tomorrow when it's posted online. An update on where we are with our weapons detection evaluation. We have scheduled a demo for the week of December the 9th, where we will be at 2 sites working through the logistics and communication plan for those impacted school communities, but inviting all principals interested in seeing the rollout and actually encouraging them to join us at one of those opportunities. In work session earlier today, Dr. Fry talked about school start times. I would encourage the public to watch the work session, the 4 o'clock meeting, to hear any board feedback there, as well as my comments leading into Dr. Fry's presentation. As well, during work session, Mr. Davis gave the presentation on redistricting options as it applies to WAMS, formerly known as, because now, given y'all's approval, it is Deep Creek Middle School. We will have a community meeting on November the 18th at Cosby High School. But as it pertains to Mr. Duke's inquiry and feedback this evening, as well as Ms. Vivian representing Swift Creek CBG, we do have a waiver policy in place where students can be considered to remain at the school at which they are currently attending, given extenuating circumstances, which I think this might uniquely apply given the board's approval there. However, a homework assignment, if Dr. Phillips is still in the back of the room, you and I will be going out to meet with some CBG kids at Swift Creek and get their very candid opinions and feedback so that we can consider that over the next month before finalizing any efforts there. I also want to mention, in the spirit of Mr. Duke's comments, that when we open the western area, or excuse me, Deep Creek Middle School, we're not creating 1,500 new kids to put there. We're going to be shifting a lot of kids around, and with those significant shifts to fill that school, staffing implications will occur. And so if we go with a model that puts CBG at the new middle school as well as Tomahawk and maintaining it at Swift Creek, or another iteration where CBG is at Swift Creek and Tomahawk Creek respectively, you can expect that there would be some staffing shifts to support the needs there. I want to thank, as it applies to the cell phone first read, policy first read this evening, I want to thank our Superintendent Student Advisory Group, who were instrumental in giving their feedback to the Policy Review Committee for their consideration, because they're the ones that are going to have to make this policy work. They were very considerate of how it would impact them, what type of consequences they felt should be tethered, as well as the impact it should or should not have on certain staff positions in the building. Publicly, I want to show my just enthusiasm that Frank Carpenter was announced as our police chief for Chesterfield County. We have done a lot of strategic work between CPD and CCPS on repairing relationships. We've done a lot of good work on responding to threats, threat assessments, as well as traffic control and evaluating traffic patterns. So I look forward to continuing the partnership with Colonel Carpenter. As it pertains to what CEA spoke out about this evening, Mr. Starkweather and Ms. Melendez, pertaining to planning time, Dr. High, if you're still here, homework assignment for you is to get that on our principal level meeting agendas to engage our principals on that topic. I feel like that's an annual topic and a worthy one, but Christine and I have scheduled a meeting to discuss the survey results that were referenced this evening so that I can learn a bit more specifically outside of what 4 minutes can reveal what some of the larger concerns were there. I want to thank Chad Macklin and his team for all the recent programmatic offerings. On that note, we've had a lot of specialty center meetings at respective schools, and we encourage our kids when the application window drops to get out there and apply for something that you are very interested in. I also want to say thank you to all of our veterans, in particular in this room, Ms. Chatters and Mr. Paranto, for your service on the heels of yesterday's honorarium for our veterans. But also, there were a lot of wonderful programs going on in our schools honoring veterans, and more largely, veterans within their respective communities. I had the privilege to attend Clover Hill Elementary's Veterans Day program. It was a master class on how they should look, not stealing anything away from the other ones that I couldn't be at while attending that one, but that one was very impressive. So shout out to Karen Anderson and her staff for what they pulled off over there. Lastly, to any of my staff that are still in the room, I hope you weren't silly enough to schedule an 8 a.m. meeting tomorrow. If you did not, I hope you take the long way in to work to say thank you for an 11:45 closure or near closure to this meeting. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Murray. School board members, are there any additional announcements or comments this evening?
I just wanted to shout out Meadowbrook High School. They were recognized and earned charter status in the National Speech and Debate Association, which is the highest honor for any high school. So again, last couple weeks ago, they swept the competition and came in first and won the huge trophy representing us in the country, and now they have received charter status. So if anybody has an opportunity to go watch those kids in speech and debate, you'll be impressed. So really proud of them. That's all I had.
Mr. Paranto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to extend my appreciation to Ms. Dana Johnson at Tomahawk Creek Middle School. Tomahawk on Friday, I believe it was, hosted a Veterans Day ceremony, and 2 of my 3 kids have gone through Tomahawk, and so she reached out, understanding that there's a good majority of Matoka residents that go to Tomahawk, and she said, would you like to give the address? And so I was honored to speak on behalf of veterans. They had a fantastic program. So I think they're in the running with best in the county. But to also say Woolridge had a Veterans Day ceremony from the 4th graders this evening. And shout out to Luke Paranto, who had a solo. So sorry I missed that, but I'm looking forward to watching the tape when I get home. Thank you.
Watching the tape, huh?
Okay, you know, there's a little gray over here. Okay,
let's say it. It's late. It's late. I'm punchy. Any other comments or announcements? The school board will hold a work session on Tuesday, December 10th, 2024 at 4 p.m. here in the public meeting room. It will be followed by a business meeting at 6:30 p.m. If there's no further business, we need a motion to adjourn. Y'all, we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Madam Clerk, would you please call roll on the motion?
Dominique Chatters. Stephen, no, I'm kidding. Dominique Chatters.
Aye.
Stephen Paranto.
Aye.
Lisa Hudgens.
Aye.
Ann Coker.
Aye.
Dot Heffron.
Aye. The motion carries. The November 12, 2024 school board business meeting is adjourned.